Actually, okay, there is an error.
No, there is no error as such. Now you are live. Okay, please
Yes.
start.
Okay.
Why is it taking such a long time?
Neha, we are live. You may start.
Okay, ma'am. A very good morning to all the dignitaries, my dear colleagues, and all the participants. It's a cheerful welcome I bring to each one of you with the dreams, hopes, and aspirations that we all share on this pleasant morning. I, Neha Samundre from Department of Computer Science, Prerna College of Commerce, feel honored to welcome you all. We all have gathered here today on the second day of the 3-day long international conference in English on the theme Effective Visualization and Literature, a joint endeavor of Departments of English of Prerna College of Commerce, Dayanand Arya Kanya Mahavidyalay, Dada Ramchand Bakhru Sindhu Mahavidyalay Nagpur, and Seth K. Srimal Porwal College of Arts, Science and Commerce, County. Now, I feel honored to welcome the resource person of this session, Professor David Perolin, Department of English, Mahidol University, Bangkok, Thailand, who will address us on the topic, the role of visualization in science and fiction. And we have with us Dr. Supanta Bhattacharya, Associate Professor, Hislop College, Nagpur, as the chairperson of this session. Before we invite the guest speakers of this session to address all of us, I would like to invite the Director of Prerna College of Commerce, Dr. Praveen Joshi, for his introductory remark. So please.
Good morning, everybody. I extend hearty welcome to my dear friend, Professor David Perodin from Thailand, and Dr. Supant Bhattacharya, Associate Professor, Department of English, Hislop College. And I also extend hearty welcome to all the participants. Yesterday, there was a curtain raiser which went on very wonderfully. We had the Vice Chancellor of Fiji University, Dr. Pal Ahluwalia, as the chief guest. And the inaugural session was chaired by a very great scholar, a researcher, Dr. Balram Gaikwad, Registrar, Mumbai University. The keynote session was delivered, keynote was delivered by Dr. Evangelia from Athens, and the keynote session was chaired by Dr. Neeru Tandon, Professor of English from Kanpur. Then we had two plenary sessions. For the first plenary session, we had Dr. Rebecca Huq from Bangladesh, and the session was chaired by Dr. Ram Bhavan Yadav from Sikkim University. The second plenary session was carried out by Dr. Arindam Rai, a very eminent poet, eminent writer of India, who is published abroad also. And the session was chaired by Dr. T.S. Vardarajan, professor from Tamil Nadu. It was a grand opening yesterday, and we were on live stream, and the recording is available on YouTube. Today we have very wonderful and very scholarly people with us as our resource persons. The first session will be carried out as the resource person by Professor David Perodin. He is a good friend of mine. He is from Department of English, Madol University, Bangkok. This session is being chaired by one of our family members, who is like my younger brother, Dr. Supan Bhattacharya, Associate Professor, eminent poet, eminent writer, above all, a very wonderful human being. The second session will be carried out by Professor Romel Tabula. He is also from Thailand. And the session will be chaired by Dr. Bina Rathi, Professor, Sada Mahavidyalaya, Anjangaon Sujji, Amravati. Professor Archana Zushti will be the resource person for the next plenary session, and it will be chaired by Dr. Arvind Naule, Associate Professor and Head, Department of English, Shivaji College, Kiev. And the fourth session will be carried out by Dr. Luz Viminda G. Rivera from Philippines and Dr. Jaideep Sarangi from Kolkata will chair the session. We have very wonderful resource persons as well as chairpersons. And it's really a wonderful experience for all of us to listen to them. It is an enriching and enlightening experience. I once again welcome all of you and hope you enjoy all the sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Friends, now the most awaited moment of today's session is here. Today, on the second day of this widely acclaimed conference, we have a very phenomenal personality with us to enlighten us on the topic, the role of visualization in science and fiction. And he is a Professor David D. Perry, who is a great literary and linguistic giant and who is well known across many countries for his scholarship and oratory, a very celebrated speaker. Participants, kindly mute yourself. Dr. David D. Perodin teaches English at the Institute for Population and Social Research, Mahidol University in Bangkok, Thailand. His specialization is in teaching academic reading and academic writing for the social sciences to masters as well as doctoral students. Besides being a teacher par excellence, he is also the journal manager for the top tier Scopus Index Journal of Population and Social Studies with the same institute. During his tenure, he has added to his credit several prestigious teaching qualifications and certifications. Along with a bachelor in secondary education with honors and a master's of arts teaching with honors, both with concentration in English. He is currently a doctoral candidate pursuing a PhD in applied linguistics for English language teaching at King Mongkut's University of Technology, Thonburi, Thailand. We are really lucky to have such a scholarly and erudite personality with us today to enrich our experience on the topic. I also welcome Dr. Supanta Bhattacharya, Associate Professor, Department of English, from a very renowned educational institution of Nagpur Hislop College. Besides that, he is also the director of Master's Program in English, and at the same time, he has been entrusted the responsibility as the coordinator of Hislop College Research Center. Dr. Supanta Bhattacharya is a multi-talented, versatile personality, and he has many merits to his name, the mention of which here is not possible, as the list of his achievement is very long. He is a tremendously applauded stage actor and has acted in more than 150 plays in different languages. He is also a widely recognized and appreciated quizzer, quizmaster, eminent published poet, and translator. He is a shining star in many ways, and he has brought laurels to this orange city, which is greatly proud of him today. He will grace this occasion as the chairperson of this session. I extend a warm welcome to him. Now, I humbly invite Professor David Paradine to enlighten us on the given topic.
Oh, okay. First of all, Nia, right? Nia, right? Nia. Nia, you have to follow me around every day. Every conference that I speak, I want you to introduce me. I have never been introduced so well.
Thank you so much.
You know, if you can send that script to me, I would love that because I want to use that script everywhere I go. I feel so elevated. I'm actually turning red because I'm blushing a little bit. It's yeah. So okay, great. How much time do I have? I think it's what, 25 minutes, something like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
About 40 to 45 minutes to make.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Oh, really? 40 minutes? I don't think you want to hear me talk for 40 minutes. My goodness. So okay,
We
well,
would like to hear you for an hour or so.
and you know, look, I am very American. Sorry, you know, I have my timer going, so you know, yeah. Okay, great. So okay, let's shoot for 35 minutes, and then we can go from there. This already has been a wonderful experience. So, all right, let's share my screen. Now, as some of you might know, I am invited to 10 or 15 presentations per month. I'm not saying that to bragging. No. I'm trying to make a point here. Most of the presentations that I do are about academic writing, publishing in journals, teacher training, information flow within written discourse. But I have a passion. I have a passion that I share with my students in class about visualizing what you write. When we share information in our written text, okay, again, when we share information in our written text, we are writing for the reader, okay? We are writing for the reader. And as an author myself, an academic author, I have to write to where my reader can closely visualize my desired communication. Now, in academic writing, that is a particular genre. And I have also published magazine articles, newspaper articles, and I have an affinity of writing science fiction. Science fiction has, well, to be completely honest, science fiction has captivated me ever since I was a small boy. I learned how to read at about 3 years old, and I was introduced to science fiction at about 7 years old. And I remember reading Ray Bradbury. I remember reading R.S. for Rocket and the Martian Chronicles. I remember these things. And the reason why I remember these books, it's because of the images in my mind, the visualization. And this is me. Yes, I know. I used the photo from a few years ago because sometimes men we want to feel, wow, we used to be handsome. Now we're old and fat and we're losing our hair. So yeah, I have been teaching English for quite a while, actually, nearly two decades. And one of the most challenging aspects of teaching a language, especially a language that is your second or your foreign language, is how can you instill the meaning of that language in your mind? And it comes from visualization. Now, okay, when I was asked to speak about visualization in science fiction, this was the first thing I thought about. Don't panic. Now, I'm really hoping some of you out there know this cultural reference. I'm really hoping. If you are familiar with any science fiction in the 1960s, 1970s, and even into the 1980s.
Hitchhiker's Galaxy, Douglas Adams.
Yes, there you go. Thank you. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Don't panic. Now, when I ask my students to read and then summarize what they read, okay? I want my students to read something that will captivate them, something that will stick in their minds, something that has cultural relevance. And The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy I believe, is the most appropriate book. The book is clean. There is not any questionable sexualizing in the book. A little bit about Trisha, but not too much. So, okay, let's go. Visualizing. It just means creating pictures in your mind's eye based on the text that we read or words we hear. So, I wanted to show this photo right here of me. I purposefully put this photo because most people, when they see this photo, I can show you the hundreds of responses on my Facebook page I received from this photo. Most people, in their minds, they say, "Oh, you look like James Bond." They really do. And I'm serious. I have received hundreds of comments about this photo from my 5,000 Facebook friends. And it's overwhelmingly, "Oh, you look like James Bond." Why? Nothing about my face, nothing about my hair. It's the tuxedo. So when you think of James Bond, 007, well, most people, they will think of tuxedo. They will think of debonair, suave. They will think of the Walter PPK. They will think of
Dry martini.
fast car.
Dry martini, shaken but not stirred.
Yes, sure. Shaken, not stirred. I don't know. The only James Bond I really know how to do is Sean Connery. So I miss Sean Connery. So you see, the thing is, when we visualize, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what we read or what we hear. It doesn't matter what genre. We all have a picture in our mind's eye. So visualizing is one of the many skills that makes reading comprehension possible. See, when we read, like, oh my goodness, I remember when I read Stephen King's The Stand. The Stand. If any of you are Stephen King fans, you would probably,
Huge fan, sir. Huge fan, die-hard fan.
Yeah. Yes. Now think about it. The book, The Stand, I forgive me, I am not making light of our current global situation, but when the coronavirus situation started becoming a little more catastrophic, I was thinking of The Stand, because when we read fiction, when we read science fiction, when we read any genre of fiction, we must visualize, we must picture what the author is trying to communicate. Stephen King does a great job of communicating what he wants us to see. Like, I don't know, what, 1,200 pages for the book It? You just read it. Even when he wrote under the pen name Richard Bachman, it was, I loved it. So, okay, visualizing, it's just listening to the words or reading the words and picturing all of these different characters, how they are behaving, how they are acting. And I am a huge fan of science fiction. Think about it. I was raised, I was a child of the 70s. And that was Star Trek. That was, that was Star Trek with Captain James T. Kirk, and then later in the mid 70s. Star Wars, there you go. And when these movies came out, I was able to connect some of the things that I had read from Ray Bradbury and Isaac Asimov and all these wonderful writers. And then one day I was introduced to The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and that completely blew my mind. And this is visualizing. It strengthens our comprehension skills, because it allows us to consciously be aware of the mental images that these words are creating. I read quite often. I read a lot. Unfortunately, at this period in my life, I am reading mostly nonfiction. I spend most of my days reading academic articles. And every once in a while, I will sneak in a fiction book. But my tastes have changed a little bit. They're still on science fiction, but I've been introduced to some newer authors. But I don't know. I'm still I still prefer the stuff written in the 1970s and 1980s. The language was a little more verbose. Now, I don't know, the language of fiction books tends to be a little simplified. I'm not sure if people in the world are becoming more illiterate or what. So now, see, the more we read, the more we gain this practice of visualizing, and it becomes automatic after time. I mentioned earlier about people who where English is their second or their foreign language, or however you want to term. English is not their first language. So sometimes it takes a while to start visualizing what the text really means. And that comes from practice. So I want to take just a second and encourage everyone. It doesn't matter how proficient you are in a language. If you want to be better in that language, read something where you can visualize the lives, the characters, the worlds, the vehicles, the food. You know, it just makes it so real. Now, those who visualize, they not only have richer reading experiences, but they can recall what they read for longer periods of time. You know, I can tell you, even, well, I'm not going to tell you my age, but I've been on this earth for half a century. And let's leave it at that, okay? But think about it. I went to school. I went to grade school in the 1970s. So I read my first science fiction books in the late 70s, right? I can still remember so many things about the books I read in the 70s and the 80s. I remember the first time I read Animal Farm. I remember the first time I read 1984. I remember the first time I read A Brave New World. I remember, oh my goodness, I remember reading Fahrenheit 451. And I'm thinking, there's no way that can ever be real. Well, speak to anyone who was alive in World War II. They would tell you, yeah, Fahrenheit 451 is still very real in most countries. Destroying knowledge tends to be a normal act of aggressors. So now, again, visualizing text, it brings what we hear or what we read, and we create personal links between myself, and I put here the text, but the truth is, it's the characters within the text. You know, I can remember every Stephen King book that I ever read. I can even remember I read most of Clive Cussler's books, and I can remember so vividly the picture. Yes. Oh, so much. You know, and these characters, they stay forever. But the older I become, the more life experience I have. When I think about these characters now, or when I reread these books, oh, they are even more vivid in my mind and more captivating. You know, I love to read again some of these books from my childhood, because they not only do they bring me back, but they are just so much more special now. So, you know, it makes for a more meaningful reading experience, and it promotes continued reading. Look, those of you, it doesn't matter what subject you teach, okay? It really doesn't matter. Visualization creates dreams, hopes. It creates in our minds innovation. It creates creativity. This is not a play on words, but visualization creates so many aspects that many people of our world have lost. So now let's get into some good stuff. Douglas Adams, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Oh, my friends. The original radio broadcasts are still available out there. You can find the original radio broadcast. And sometimes when I drive, I like to listen to audiobooks, especially audiobooks that have actors, or the reader does different voices for different characters. So I strongly suggest The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Read it, listen to it, and please read the book first, or listen to the audiobook first before you watch the movie. Okay? Douglas Adams portrays, he just portrays the character so vividly. Now, Douglas Adams was a bit tongue-in-cheek. Douglas Adams wrote a trilogy, but it was 5 books. And the irony, you have to understand, Douglas Adams, he pokes fun at so many things. He pokes fun at politics, religion. He pokes fun at racism. He pokes fun at so many things that people, especially in that time, I mean, even in the 70s and 80s, people were so afraid to discuss these things. But Douglas Adams, he brought these characters to life. And, Arthur Dent, Arthur Dent, he was more concerned with making a spot of tea, than saving his own life. Ford Prefect, oh my goodness, he was so funny. Ford Prefect, you could just imagine when he was introduced in the book. Ford Prefect said his first introduction to humanity, he was trying to introduce himself to an automobile. He thought automobiles were the intelligent life on Earth. And, when the book talks about Ford Prefect and his innocence, it's just hilarious. Zaphod Beeblebrox. Zaphod is the president of the galaxy, right? And he's so funny because Zaphod, he is a universal politician, right? And in the book, they had to remove half of his brain. He was only able to lead with half a brain so he can do a good job. Now think about this. He was a politician. They had to remove half his brain so he can do a good job. You see, and that's it. Making fun of politicians, that politicians only have half a brain. Well, I don't think this is far off from most of the politicians in our world today. It sort of looks like they lead with half a brain. So, and Trillian Astra, Trisha Marie McMillan. It's so funny. When you read the book, you will see that Arthur and Trisha met in a costume party. And Trisha said, Arthur, let's leave. Let's go now. Run away with me. And Arthur, just like all of us, well, I have a job to do. I have to work. Trisha said, no, leave. She said, what do you have? You have nothing. You're working all day, every day, and you're not getting anywhere. Let's travel the world. Arthur said, I can. And Zaphod said, hey, honey, I have a spaceship. She said, okay. That was it. Arthur lost the girl because he was afraid. And you see, the characters are they're fictional, but they appear to be real in our minds. Like Ford Prefect. I have traveled to so many countries around the world. And hey, I make faux pas in different cultures. So I think of myself as Ford Prefect sometimes. Look, when I travel to a different culture, what do? Do I greet them with my hands put together? Do I shake hands? Do I say hello? Do we kiss on the cheek? I don't know what to do. So I watch the people. But Ford thought the automobiles were the most intelligent forms of life on the earth. Well, what is that saying about humans? So here's the point. These fictional characters, they come to life. And when you can share in their joy and in their pain and in their humor, you know the author has done a great job. And like I said, I believe the first time I read this book must have been in the mid 80s, and these characters are still fresh in my mind. Now, the Heart of Gold. Now, this photo is from the movie, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But when I read about the Heart of Gold, and it was the first spaceship to make use of the infinite improbability drive. Infinite improbability. Can you just imagine reading this as a young person and you're like, infinite improbability, what is that? And then when the author starts going into the things that this spaceship can do, I remember thinking, oh, I would love to travel the universe in this spaceship. And Marvin, the paranoid android.
Eternal pessimist.
I love him. Life. Ugh. Don't talk to me about life. Ugh. He was so pathetic in the book. He was so sad. And you know, again, this is a picture from the movie. But when I read this book, this must have been in the early to mid 80s. Now, by the time I read this book, I had already watched Star Wars. Already. So in my mind, the real reference I had about spaceships were something similar to Star Wars. Even though in this
The Millennium
book,
Falcon.
yes, that's right. Yes. And even though you know, everyone is in lockdown, so they have food deliveries just continually here. Yeah, Thai people eat way too much. So okay, you know, and when I was picturing Marvin, I was picturing more of a C3PO type character, more of a humanoid type character. Even though in the book they explain what he is, I was still influenced by Star Wars. So Marvin, I love him. He's so, you know, he is this weird suicidal type android. And when the things he says, and you know, when you read the book, you have to picture he's this paranoid, pathetic android. He's so sad. And when he says, life, don't talk to me about life. I mean, you can just hear it. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not doing justice to Marvin, but I mean, you can just hear it, how just sad he is. Now, here is my favorite, deep thought. Deep thought. A supernatural computer program to calculate the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. They said deep thought. What is the answer? What is the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything? Now, you know, when I read the book, before I read the answer, I was thinking, oh, life, universe, everything. Well, okay, it has to be love, faith, something. No, 42. What in the world is that? The answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything is 42. And you know, ever since this book came out, people have been trying to mathematically solve 42. how does 42 relate? Well, you know, it doesn't mean anything. It was just a fiction book. And because it is so nonsensical, it is just a bunch of nonsense. The author created the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything to be something so foolish that it didn't make any sense. Because the truth is, there is no answer. There is no one. There is no one answer. So it is supposed to be just nonsense. And it's funny because it is nonsense. So in the early 2000s, the book, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy by Douglas Adams was made into a movie. Now, if you look at this photo, you could see the person all the way on the left. That's Zaphod. Oh my goodness, I forgot the actor who played him. Wow, his name doesn't come to me now. I'm so sorry. But it's funny. It's hilarious because he had two heads, two minds. So he was only able to lead with half a brain at one time. And it's funny. It's really funny. Arthur Dent is in the middle, and Ford Prefect, and then Trisha, right? Trisha McMillan. Now, what is her name? Zoe. What is her name? Zoe something was the actor who played Trisha, and it was beautiful. This was a beautiful movie. I've seen it a few times, and in the UK, just recently, there was Towel Day, and it's a whole premise of the book is you should always have a towel with you. Never leave home without your towel, because you never know when you need your towel. So the UK, they still have Towel Day, where everyone walks around with a bath towel, and they're like, "Oh yes, this is my towel." And because of Douglas Adams, there have been cultural icons created, and these cultural icons have been created from the minds of the readers, all from visualization. You know, science fiction has created concepts in our minds to where we believe things are possible. Like I referred to Star Trek earlier. Do you remember the tricorder? This thing right here, a mobile phone, is the version of the tricorder. I remember, I think it was, I forget what manufacturer made this big flip phone back in the 90s. They made
Motorola.
Yes, that's
Motorola.
right. Yes, thank you. Yes. They made a big flip phone, and I remember I bought a stupid $400 phone. $400. I remember that. I had to work a whole week just to buy a stupid phone. Why? Because I was a grown man and I wanted a tricorder. I wanted to flip my phone and believe I was Captain Kirk, and like, beam me up, Scotty. Because I know, it's so funny because these science fiction books created these thoughts in our minds, these pictures in our minds that have just carried throughout my life and throughout your lives. And, people right now, I read something this morning. Elon Musk wants to go to Mars. And I read something this morning of, people saying, oh, there's no way that is going to happen. Well, you know what? what, 1969 was the first time man touched the moon. We never thought that was going to happen. But science fiction created these pictures in our minds, and these pictures in our minds have led to the greatest discoveries and the greatest accomplishments in humanity. So if Elon Musk wants to go to Mars, let him, because he dreamt as a young child, he dreamt of seeing new worlds and boldly going where no man has gone before. You see, visualization is so important for creation, for innovation, for reading comprehension. So here's my time. I'm just about the 35-minute mark, and I told you I was going to finish at 35 minutes. I appreciate the introduction. I appreciate you allowing me to share experience about my life. Niha, right? Niha.
Yes, sir.
You need to send that script to me. That was beautiful. You know, you made me out to be so much more than what I am. So, okay, that's it. I'm finished. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll surely send you the script. Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful delivery and enlightenment on the topic, the role of visualization in science and fiction. You have elaboratively explained how visualization is one of the most important tools for science fiction. You have covered all the important aspects in regard to visualization and science fiction, and you are provided us deep insight and penetration into the topic. Now, I invite Dr. Supanta Bhattacharya, the chairman of the session, kindly to share his valuable views and do the summing up of the session. So please.
Thank you, Neha. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. So, friends, for a little over half an hour, Dr. Perudin led us into a voyage where some have gone before, but nobody has really been so entertaining and so full of fun. Thank you, Dr. Perudin. That was a great joyride. To sum up Dr. Perudin's lecture today, Dr. Perudin started, by describing what visualization means vis-a-vis the process of reading. And he said that when we share information in the written text, we are actually writing not for ourselves, but for the reader. The reader must be able to visualize what the writer desires to communicate. And in his opinion, visualizing refers to our ability to create pictures in our mind's eye. And it makes, of course, reading comprehension possible. It strengthens our comprehension skills as we gain a more thorough understanding of the text. We read consciously using these various visualizing techniques. And the act of visualizing a text becomes automatic with experience. So there's hope for all of us. Good visualizers have a rich reading experience, a richer reading experience, and have better recall. As a teacher of drama, I always find that students who are able to visualize the action as happening to flesh and blood characters who are actually uttering those dialogues in real life, such students, they connect better with the dramatic form. Students who do not have a strong a visual component to their intellectual, to their thinking process, they do not really appreciate drama as a reading text. Then Dr. Perudin suggested that visualization creates personal links between the reader/listener and the text. Readers who can imagine the characters they read about, they become more involved with the text. Visualizing creates dreams, innovations, and creativity. Love that line, sir. Then he used as a kind of, a master text, a kind of a demo text, a novel which has been a great favorite of mine, at least, right from my school days. Douglas Adams' Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Though I can't really agree with you about the movie, sir. The movie left me a little disappointed. And Dr. Peregrine claimed that extremely improbable characters, they come to life in this text, thanks to Adams's ability to evoke our empathies for them and to make us visualize the impossible situations these characters get into. Science fiction has created multiple concepts of possibility. It has led to great accomplishments and achievements. So for about 35 minutes, using Douglas Adams as the core text, Dr. Peregrine talked about the how visualization becomes an effective tool, an effective means of achieving the desired effect, so far as this very unique genre of literature is concerned. Now, Dr. Peregrine, as somebody who has been very fond of science fiction from a very early age, and has, like you, I have gone through, writers like Asimov and Ursula Le Guin and Ray Bradbury, Robert Heinlein, okay, the masters of the golden era of science fiction, the 60s and 70s and 80s. And of course, Stephen King, I consider to be a god. Okay. I just finished reading his, not a science fiction, it's more of hard-boiled, the fantasy hard-boiled, what do I say? Kind of pulp fiction, Billy Summers. Stephen King, I don't need to tell you. I mean, he's a writer who reinvents himself with every work. But The Stand, oh yes, how prophetic. All right, how prophetic. And even today, even I reread The Stand during last year's lockdown. And Goosebumps, all right, even today, the uncut edition, all right, where it runs into over 1,000 pages. It gives still is, it's very, as I said, very prophetic, and it foresees a kind of a post-pandemic world. Dr. Peregrine, I have a question for you. Science fiction has been radically reimagined in the last 2 decades of the 21st century, thanks to the coming of the internet. And writers like China Miéville and Andy Weir, The Martian, Susan Collins, The Hunger Games, Emily St. John Mandel, Station 11, all of them have altered the shape of the genre forever. And this genre has gone through an era of incredible change and expansion in the last 2 decades. Traditionally marginalized fan pursuits have today moved into the mainstream, and sci-fi media has become almost omnipresent. It has reached an almost global audience and has changed to accommodate that particular heterogeneous audience. So my question to you, Dr. Peregrine, is now that yesterday's science fiction has become today's reality, do you think a time is coming when science fiction would eventually merge into mainstream fiction and not be recognized as a separate subgenre anymore?
Wow, that is a very good question. I have to be very careful how I answer some questions. I do not want to offend anyone, so I keep my answers very, very general. Well, think about this. Before humans understood where the sun went at night, we attributed celestial behaviors to creatures greater than us. the creation of gods, right? And and when we did not understand what happened after death, we created places where we went, heaven and hell. And when we did not understand how the wind moved the trees, we created angels and demons. But through realization and recognition, our minds became aware that these things, they were to help stimulate us and give us answers when we did not understand. So now in our current day, we know that all of these things are, we would refer to them as fairy tales now. We know that there are no, there are no demons, there's no angels, there's no ghosts, right? Because we have science. And science fiction in the 60s and 70s and 80s was at that point. We were still unenlightened. So what we envisioned in the 60s and 70s and 80s, yes, it's real today. It is. And you are correct that some science fiction has been merged. Like, okay, my wife loves Netflix. She likes Supergirl. She likes The Flash. And think about it. When I was a kid, Superman was considered science fiction. But now through science, we are living twice as long as what we did even 30 years ago. So yes, science fiction from 20 years ago has become reality now. But the science fiction that is written now, like the Hunger Games, for instance, that could become a possibility in 20 or 30 years from now. So it looks like that every generation, or maybe a half of a generation, science fiction becomes reality, and then we just move on. I don't know, do you remember the first mobile phone? I don't know what was the first mobile phone, but I remember this Motorola, this brick, and it took like 9 years to charge for 5 minutes of talk time, right? But now, my goodness, look how far these things have come. So yes, science fiction, what we consider science fiction, in 20 years will become science truth. But now, the world is progressing so much faster. The science fiction is becoming science truth even quicker. So, but remember, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal. Think about that. Countries that have political and social systems that reject the UDHR, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, they are the examples of the animal form. So yeah.
And Big Brother is watching us all the time.
Big Brother is watching all the time. I love that. Hey, listen, I go to some countries where I swear I can't walk 100 meters without seeing a camera. Big Brother is always watching. So,
and in some countries, big sisters too.
Big sisters. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. That that did sound chauvinistic. So let's say
Big
the leaders are watching. Yeah, the big people. So
big data is also watching you.
Big data. Oh my goodness, I know. Wow.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Perudin. And now I throw any questions, anybody?
Subhant, I would like to add one thing.
Yes, sir.
That science fiction is called predicted reality.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In hundreds of cases, science fiction has come true. And in these days, during last 2 years, one of the science fiction, novels was much in demand. And that is The Eyes of Darkness.
Eyes of Darkness, yes.
The Eyes of Darkness, which was a thriller about 40 years ago. Now it is being read as a reality.
Really?
It had predicted the coronavirus disease about 40 years ago, and the epicenter was Wuhan only.
Right.
Right. So that novel has come as a predicted reality, and a mission to Mars, and going to moon, right? Climbing Himalayas. All these things about 40, 50 years were like dream for us, but now they have become reality. So
Sir,
what,
if I may interrupt, even the technology that we see in those old James Bond movies, Dr.
Yeah,
Peregrine
exactly.
referred to the Bond movies.
Exactly.
You know, the internet and multi-surface cars and all that is becoming reality.
The spy who loves me, right?
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
particular movie, The Spy Who Loves Me, you have the flight, okay? That flies, that runs on the road, and that also
Right.
runs on water. And now that has become reality. That time it was only a story, but now we see that kind of flights. I mean, landing on water and running on road and flying in
So
the
many
air.
devices, so many
Yeah,
devices.
exactly. So many devices are there, right? So it is a predicted reality, and much more is coming true now.
True, sir. Anybody has a question for Dr. Peregrine? We still have a little time.
You know, I am having so much fun. My goodness, I'm having
Dr.
so much
Peregrine,
fun.
I don't remember when was the last time I had so much fun in a lecture, during an academic lecture.
Really, it was
And there
enjoyable.
is, Dr. Peregrine, there is only one thing I can say to you about your lecture.
Yes.
Thanks for all the fish.
Goodbye and thanks for all the fish.
Yeah, no, it's not goodbye. It's still not
I know,
goodbye.
yeah,
But thanks, definitely thanks for all the fish.
It's funny, and it's of mice. No, of mice
No,
and men.
yeah.
No, of mice. And you know, everyone listening to us,
Yeah.
they're thinking, what?
It's a crazy book. It's a crazy book. I
thinking,
mean, you
yeah,
can read it n number of times.
But I actually used the Star Trek Federation in some of my lessons. Sometimes when I have sometimes I am asked to teach intercultural communication, right? And I use the Star Trek Federation that look at all these different genders, some specified, some unspecified. Look at all these different races and people of all socioeconomic statuses. They're just all living in peace because they have abolished so many things in our cultures and in our societies that control us, where women and men and everything in between are equal. Wouldn't that be a beautiful world if women did not have to fear for their lives, if people of color did not have to be treated differently from people who are white? I mean, wouldn't it be just beautiful if everyone was treated the same? That was science fiction, but now it is becoming reality in many countries. So yeah.
So it's preemptive in a way. Science fiction is
Yes, that's
preemptive.
right. Yes, yeah. So I guess it's time for us to start rejecting ancient text and start reading more science fiction.
Should be made compulsory reading right from school.
It should be compulsory reading. So
Any questions, anybody?
I added my information in the chat box. So if anyone would like to communicate with me, if anyone would like to contact me about anything, collaborative research, any more presentations, whatever.
We'll definitely get in touch.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll contact you. Thank you.
This is how I teach my classes. I teach PhD students like this.
Good.
Well,
Yeah.
come on. Can you imagine those stuffy lecturers? Oh, I'm Dr. blah, 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 blah. Oh, shut up. You're Dr. blah, 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 but you're Dr. Boring.
That's so 20th century.
Yes. We're not in the 1800s anymore. I'm not going to sit and let you talk for 4 hours.
Yes, Farida Khan has reminded us that this movie Contagion, it again predicts the pandemic sort of.
Yes, yeah.
It was, it went viral. The movie went viral during the pandemic. Yeah.
And it's scary. You know,
Terrifying. Terrifying. Yeah.
but you know, the next thing I am waiting on is I want to see Brad Pitt fight zombies. World War Z. Hey, we already have a contagion. We
Yeah.
need zombies now. Come on, zombies. I'm waiting on
But then, how would you know who's the hero and who's the zombie? Who's the villain?
you. You know, I tell my students, I said, hey, do not worry about zombies. What you need to worry about is if a zombie comes into this classroom and it walks past you. And they're like, what? I said, what do zombies eat? Zombies eat brains. Well, if the zombie walks past you, then what does that mean?
Dr. Perudin, I have noticed that the internet has changed the orientation of science fiction writing hugely.
Yeah.
Thanks to all the various websites we have, and the fan fiction of the genre.
Yeah.
So the internet has been a game changer so far as this genre is concerned.
Oh yeah. You know, I like what are they called? Are they called micro stories? These
Micro stories, yeah, flash
yes,
fiction.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, flash fiction. Yes. I love reading flash fiction. Every once in a while, I will go to some of those websites and, you know, they're 600, 800 word, 1,000 word stories. And, you know, it's the complete work in 1,000 words. And I love it. I love flash fiction, but I also love short stories. I love novellas. You know, I love 25, 30,000 words. When you get into 100,000 words, like Stephen King stuff,
Oh yeah.
that takes more than a few days, you know, but I love it. Oh, I love it so much.
Stephen King and Peter Straub wrote this book called The Talisman, and that is like something I've never really. I mean, it's not science fiction, it's not fantasy.
Yeah.
It's also a coming of age novel. It was and Stephen King's It. Oh my God.
Ah, man, I remember reading The Silver Bullet. I remember reading
Oh, yeah.
it. I remember reading. I think The Stand freaked me
The
out
Stand.
more than anything.
It did. It sure did.
I
Yeah.
think
And I
because
reread it last year
Yeah.
during the lockdown.
well,
yeah.
because you know there's such strong religious undertones there.
True.
And
true.
you know, when I was a child, I was raised to believe if I'm good, I'm going to heaven. If I'm bad, I'm going to hell. So, or Santa Claus would not give me presents if I was bad. You know, all of these things. And then I read The Stand, and I'm thinking, I'm going to be a good boy, mommy.
Yeah, in that sense, it's a morality.
That's
game.
wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I have to thank you. I really do. This
Shubhangi Rao says, Shubhangi Rao has just made a sent a comment. She has never enjoyed an academic session so much.
very interesting section, must say. Yeah, you know, and I am often invited to speak to classes like university lecturers, professors, or even high school teachers. They will contact me, and I will do 20 minutes, 30 minutes for an individual class. And the teachers tell me the same thing. My students have never been this stimulated. I say, well, that might mean that you are a boring teacher. But look,
Indeed, indeed.
well, like, think about it. I can imagine being in your classes. Your students not only respect you because you tell them more what they do right than what they do wrong, and you make yourself open for them to approach you. That makes an excellent teacher. So when your students talk about you, they probably use strong emotional words like, oh, I love this teacher. I love the way they teach. So, and your students will always remember you. Always. Like, I don't know. It was I will always remember what Nia said. She says, yes, he's such a marvelous, he's magnanimous. So yes. Now, hey, Nia, I'm going to go downstairs and I'm going to tell my wife exactly what you said. She will disagree with you, but I would tell her Nia said
He
it.
will immediately
That's,
mail it.
she
He
will
will immediately
disagree.
mail it to you.
I will say Nia said it, and that's it. It's the law. So
So once again, a huge thanks, Dr. Perodine, and
yes.
I hope we can soon have you over again and
So we are
continue
going to
this.
invite you once again.
Yeah, continue with this fascinating thread.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
it was
Okay,
absolutely
good.
wonderful.
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you so
Yes,
much.
Neha.
Sir.
Thank you.
Neha, please continue.
Sure, sir. What a wonderful session it was. Thank you very much, sir, for dwelling on the topic elaboratively and adding new dimensions to the area of this topic. Now, I, Neha Samundre, take leave and invite Mr. Prashant Selokar, Assistant Professor, Department of Languages, Prerna College of Commerce, to propose a formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Neha ma'am. A very pleasant afternoon to one and all present in this 3-day international conference in English on effective visualization and literature. I, Prashant Selokar, on behalf of Prerna College of Commerce, feel highly privileged for having been entrusted with the responsibility of proposing vote of thanks at this session. I am very grateful to the honorable resource person of today's session, Professor David D. Paradine, who has wonderfully enlightened us on the topic, the role of visualization in science fiction. I would like to mention a few points that he has dwelt upon here. Visualization is the creation of whatever we think, read, or hear. Visualization skill refers to the practice of producing graphical representations of scientific phenomena as a means of gaining understanding and insight into the data. Visualization skill is important in teaching to enhance attention because it keeps the audience focused on the subject matter. In his talk, Sir has introduced various kinds of books and characters of science fiction. It was really an enriching experience to listen to him. In this way, our honorable resource person has touched all the prominent aspects of today's session. Really, he deserves acclaim and gratitude from all of us. Once again, I express a sense of profound thankfulness to you, sir. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to the chairperson, Dr. Supath Bhattacharya, Associate Professor, Hislop College, Nagpur, who has done the summing up very excellently with the sharing of his valuable views on this topic. We are really thankful to you too, sir. I also profusely thank the managements of the collaborating colleges, resource persons, academicians, research scholars, participants, colleagues, our technical support for their continuous guidance, encouragement, and cooperation. Thank you. Have a nice day ahead. Now, I would ask Ms. Neha ma'am to take over the further proceeding. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so
Good,
much,
sir.
sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David, sir, for your kind words. Now, for the second session, I would like to hand over the mic to Dr. Chetna Pathak. Thank you very much all. Have a nice day. Chetna, ma'am.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good noon to one and all on the virtual platform, Day 2 session. It's a great honor for me to have a chance to introduce our honorable resource person who is going to talk only for an hour on the importance of creative imagination in literature. Friends, in today's digital world, the human beings, whether it be youngsters or seniors, all are busy with electronic devices and are very, very far away from Mother Earth, nature, who is the best teacher. Even they don't breathe fresh air, sit in the AC room, and are really lacking the knowledge. Hence, the knowledge, the direct knowledge from earth, from nature. Hence, it is indeed the need of the hour to send such messages to the society through conferences. Imagination is more important than knowledge. The man who has no imagination has no wings. So, the person who is going to speak today is a founder and president of International Society of Teachers, Administrators, and Researchers. This organization promotes English language research, innovative methods of teaching, new methods of research work across the world. He has served Mahasarakam University and Rajamangala University of Technology, Philippines. He is the resident of Thailand and a global educationist. His doctorate in educational management from the University of Nova Cáceres. He has done his master's in teaching as English, his major subject, from the University of Northern Philippines. He is currently a professor at International Alliance of English Language Teachers. We are really delighted and excited to listen to Dr. Rommel Tebula. A few lines for him. Teaching is his profession, research his passion, innovative his ideas, motivational his words, simplicity his lifestyle. Sir, we are really happy and eagerly waiting for you to listen. The next person, the renowned professor from Anjangaon, Amravati district of Maharashtra in India. She is the recipient of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Lifetime Achievement recognized by NEC. She has visited 5 countries abroad as a vocational and cultural ambassador in South Africa, Kenya, Mozambique, Swaziland, Botswana, and delivered lectures in 9 universities there. She has won the heart of the Vice Chancellor of Amravati by working hard and devoting her services. She has worked in the knowledge domain area of Amravati as a NEC peer team member to write self-instructional material from Amravati University for UG BCom program for distance and adult education. She is member of Board of Studies, Board of Education of Amravati University. She has played the role of resource person in Human Resource Department. She is a member of National Bank Committee of Amravati University. 18 books are published under her chief editorship, 60 research papers in journals and of national and international repute. 12 research scholars have been awarded PhD under her guidance. She's conducted the proceedings of 23 national and international conferences during COVID-19 pandemic. Now, I welcome Dr. Beena Rathi, Madam, who will chair the session today. Usually, she is the keynote speaker in the conferences. We are glad to have you here, Madam. Welcome, welcome, sir. Over to you, sir. I welcome Dr. Tabula. Please, over to you, sir. Thank you, Joshi sir, for giving me an opportunity. Sir, over to Dr. Tabula.
Namaskar. Am I audible, sir and ma'am?
Sir, you are audible.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hello from the amazing land of Thailand. Namaste, India. I am so much pleased to be a part of this international conference, and I'm glad to share one of the topics which is all about creative imagination. And so allow me to start by sharing my screen. Kindly allow me to share my screen.
Yes, sir. Just a minute.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Renuka, please see.
Yes, sir. I have made Tabula sir co-host. Now he can share his screen from his side, sir.
Yeah.
Okay,
Professor
so
Tabula, you can do it from your side.
okay.
Yeah, now it's visible.
Is my screen visible now, sir? And
Yeah, it's visible.
okay. All right. Thank you so much. All right. So I revised the title into this one, Recreating the 3H to Develop Creative Imagination in Language and Literature Classes. So I'm referring in here the heart, the head, and the hand as an essential in the development of creative writing or creative imagination rather in language and literature classes. So I try to imagine that the head or the brain, the heart or your emotion, and the hands, which are actually the three domains in learning and teaching, is really essential in the development of creative imagination. So, allow me to start my presentation with a simple activity. May I request everyone to please get a piece of paper. I will make this presentation as interactive as I can. I will not do it in a way which is too theoretical or too academic in nature, because the most important thing is how are we going to teach creative imagination inside the classroom. You might have the idea, you might have all the knowledge. Nevertheless, the problem is how are you going to execute? This time, I would like everybody to please do this simple activity, a warm up. So may I invite everyone to please get a piece of paper and we will do this activity. All right. So are we ready? Okay. Now that you have a piece of paper, the first thing that we have to do is focus on the center or the middle of the paper. What you're going to do is to draw a house. It does not necessarily mean that it is a very artistic, but simply an imaginative house, the way you perceive a house. Could you please draw that at the middle of the paper? Okay, are we ready? I think we're done. Then we proceed with the next one. Let's do it. Behind the house, could you please draw two mountains? Behind the house, draw two mountains. Okay. Now you are trying to imagine how is the portrait of the house, and then behind it are two mountains. Next, that you're going to do, between the two mountains, draw a rising sun. Okay. Between the two mountains, draw a rising sun. Okay. Next, the fifth thing that we're going to execute is that look at the upper left hand corner of your paper. Upper left hand corner of your paper. You need to draw a cloud. Draw a cloud. And next, from the cloud, okay, you start from the cloud, draw 5 birds flying to the right. From the cloud, draw 5 birds flying to the right. And I think we're done. At the right side of the house, look at the house. At the right side of the house, draw a big tree. At the right side of the house, draw a big tree. Next to it, under the tree, draw a family. How do you perceive a family? Okay, a family with a mother, a father, a child. Okay, as simple as that. Yes, so we are teaching in here. Let's try to imagine that we are students, that we are either in the primary or in the secondary level, and we need to develop creative imagination to our students. Okay, all right. So how is a family look like for this matter? And then this time, focus on the left side of the house. Focus on the left side of the house, and you are going to draw a pond. Okay. Focus on the left side of the house and draw a pond. Next to it, around the pond, draw grasses or bushes. Okay. Around the pond, draw grasses and bushes. Okay. All right. I think and finally, the last thing that you have to do with that paper is in front of the house, draw a fence. In front of the house, draw a fence. All right, so that's the activity. Now this time, I would like everybody to show your drawing and share your insights. This time, I would like you to tell a story behind that artwork that you have made. Okay, so we are in literature class. Now, granting that this is the artwork of your own students, or supposing you are the student and you're going to tell a story about the scene that you have drawn, can you share it to me? Anyone from the participants? Please open your mic, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to invite one of you to please share your insights regarding what you have drawn. Okay, please show me your drawing, please. Okay, anyone?
Yes, sir. I
Okay,
would like to share.
all right. Who would like to share? Can you tell me a story
Yes.
about the scene that you have created?
Yes,
All right.
yes, sir, I can.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank
I
you so
can.
much. Okay, please.
Yes, once upon a time, when I was a child, I used to visit my granny's house, and it was very beautiful, where we could observe the nature, the rising sun, the green trees, the fishes in the pond, and with aunt, uncle, and children in the house. But now, today, when I have moved to Mumbai, there are no such scenes as seen, and we have to pay for it to observe and watch the nature. This is the tragedy of our Indian lifestyle now. This is what I have imagined and explained and even drawn, and I really miss. Thank you, sir.
All right, that's fantastic. I love the story. Okay, I can relate
Thank
into
you.
that. Yes, so nice. So can we have another one to share? Anyone else? Okay. All right. So anyway, this is one of the activity that we can make. This is just one of which we can develop the creative imagination of our own students. We dictate some listening activities, and then out of this listening activity, then they would try to develop their own artistry, and at the same time their own imaginative thinking. And after that, they will tell a story about what they have drawn. And I think this is wonderful in literature classes. So I made this activity because in our own case, in Thailand, take note that our students use English as a foreign language. It is not the official language of the country. That is why our students seldom use it in their own day-to-day conversation with others. Unlike with other countries wherein they use English as an official language, it's easy for them. But trying to imagine that if we are here, if you are teaching students who whose Waterloo is English, then it would be very difficult to teach creative imagination. And so we have to make activities that are interactive in order that they could develop that artistry or creativity in thinking or in imagination. And so, for example, if you are to teach literature, and we know it so well that many students does not have the passion to read stories. And so what are we going to do is to recreate. Okay, so we need to recreate, we need to reinvent this teaching of literature in a way wherein it is interactive, and at the same time, it does not only encourage them to read literary masterpieces, but rather to develop their own creativity and artistry in terms of imagination, speaking, listening, writing, and reading. So I would like to move on with my proposition that we have to make use of the head, the heart, and the hands to develop the creative imagination of our own students. So the first thing that you have to do is to stimulate the heart of our own students. Let them feel the lesson. And how are we going to do that? Okay. So I would like to begin the class. If I were to use or to steer the heart of my own students, then I have to begin or to start with a song so that they will not only be knowledgeable with the subject matter, particularly the literary masterpieces, but they will also develop their own pronunciation skills and other aspects of their own communication skills. So let us say, for example, in this song that I'm going to play, Stay With Me by Sam Smith in the Lonely Hour, a song actually is one of the type of, it is a type of literature, and it is in here wherein our students would be motivated to further understand literary text, particularly the words that are not much familiar to our own students, particularly EFL learners. And not only familiarity of these words, unlocking of difficulties of these words, but rather they will come to know also their own pronunciation. So I would like to play this one. All right. May I know if the video is visible? Okay, before I will continue, may I request, may I ask our
Yes, sir.
participants
Yes,
if it
sir.
is visible?
Video is
Okay, all
visible
right.
as well as audible.
Okay, thank you. So this time, um, we are developing the heart of the individual and at the same time enhancing their own skills in pronunciation and their own creative thinking. So let's look at it. Okay. Can someone tell me what does the phrase mean, or how are we going to read the phrase?
Guess it's true, I'm not good at a one night stand. But I still need love, cause I'm just a man. These nights never seem to go to plan. Guess it's true, I'm not good at a one night stand. But I still need love, cause I'm just a man. These nights never seem to go to plan. I don't want you to leave, will you hold my hand? Oh, won't you stay with me? Cause you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see. But darling, stay with me. Why am I so emotional? No, it's not a good look and some self-control. Deep down I know this never works, but you can lay with me so it doesn't hurt. Oh, won't you stay with me? Cause you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see. But darling, stay with me. Oh, won't you stay with me? Cause you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see. But darling, stay with me. Oh, won't you stay with me? Cause you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see. But darling, stay with me. With me. This ain't love, it's clear to
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in that instance, we have witnessed an activity that we can share to our students. Okay. For a second. All right. So in the song that I have played, it is evident that the students need to develop their own ability to pronounce the words correctly by looking into the symbols of the International Phonetic Alphabet. And in this way, they can uh, develop their own creativity that in reading such phrases, even if there's no such words that they can see in there, if they are familiar, if they have, if they use their own head, if they are knowledgeable of the International Phonetic Alphabet, then they could feel and at the same time, they could understand what they are reading because they are familiar. So one way on how we are going to do that is to integrate activities wherein these students would read sentences or paragraphs from the literary text that we are sharing to them. And in that way, they will be empowered in terms of their ability to pronounce words and their knowledge about the symbols, and at the same time, their appreciation towards the literary masterpiece that they are reading. So it's a matter of integrating the text by means of giving or making the words, okay, transforming it into phonetic symbols in order that the students can read the text, can pronounce well, and at the same time, they will fully enhance their head and their heart, their ability to appreciate and understand things. Okay, so I shared to you a while ago a song which was not written actually in the ordinary or plain text wherein we make use of the letters, but rather of the phonetic symbols. And so if the students are knowledgeable of the phonetic chart, then it's easy for them to understand, to read words, and at the same time understand the literary text or literary masterpiece when it is shared to them. Right? So enhancing their own knowledge about words in literature. If you are to develop their own pronunciation skills, then let's make it a way which is creative in nature. For example, if you are to produce a sound of the word, we can resemble this into a door which is open and it is closed. For example, there is a sound which could be produced like that of a widely open door. And then there's also a sound in English of which it is half open, and then another one is a little bit open, and then close, right? So we can teach our students creatively regarding the sounds of language that they can read in literary masterpieces by relating it to the opening and closing of the door. For example, wide open, we have ah, and then half open and then and then Okay, so from the succession, you can see the differences of these sounds by relating it to the opening and closing of the door. So as you open your mouth, okay, you can produce a different sound, and then half open and then little bit open and then close. So you can form different sounds out of that. And then you need to consider also the positioning of the tongue, if it is at the front, middle, back, or low or front. Okay. So in other words, for example, if you are teaching the sound of a consonant which is voice and voiceless, like z and s, so you can relate it to that by looking once more into the position of the tongue, as well as the resemblance of the opening of the mouth with that of the opening and closing of the door. Okay, you can do different exercises or activities out of that. Get some words in a literary work. For example, in poetry, take one difficult word in there, unlocking of difficulties, for example, and then let the students pronounce it, okay? And they would understand how it works, right? So this time, I would like to share again another activity on the development of students' creativity as well as knowledge about vocabulary. So I would like to share in here a link to what? Just a second. This one. All right, so allow me to share this. So those who are fond of using technology in teaching language and literature, then perhaps you can use this website, Lyrics Training. This is solely intended for young learners and intermediate students. But for higher level, you can actually choose other activities in here. And then you can either choose in here how are you going to develop the ability of the students on their knowledge about vocabulary, whether write the word or they're going to choose the word from what they have heard or they can predict. Okay, so let us say, for example, I will choose a song in here. Okay, I would like to choose a photograph. By the way, is the video visible? So I would like to choose intermediate level. And then we'll do the activity, we'll proceed with the game, and we'll see how it works. Okay, so do not create an account, maybe later. And this time, we'll do the activity and we'll see.
Loving can hurt. Loving can hurt sometimes, but it's the...
Okay, so in here, if we use this application, our students, especially the young ones, are going to write their answer on the spaces in here. There are actually 3 dots. If there are, 4 dots. If there are 4 dots in there, it means that there are 4 letters that they're going to type. So to know what is the word, and if the students wasn't able to, okay, so we have tried again. Okay.
can hurt. Loving can hurt sometimes.
Okay, so in there, the students are going to give their answer. For example, there are 3 that's in there. They have to give a letter which consists of 3 a word rather. They have to give a word that consists of 3 letters. So that is can, hurt, and then we have sometimes. All right, and the music will continue to play, and we'll see what is next.
But it's the only thing that I know.
Okay. So may I request some of the audience to please do some participation in here on in the workshop that I am facilitating. So what is the word? Okay, so the word is no. Yeah.
That I know. When it gets hard, you know it can get hard sometimes.
Okay, and so ladies and gentlemen, that is how this application works. You can try this, and there are a lot of choices of something here that you may utilize. I'll just introduce it to you. You can look for lyricstraining.com, and this is actually very effective to our students here in Thailand. Okay, so that's it. Okay, let me continue sharing again my screen. Okay, so after developing the head, the heart of our students, then let's try to focus also on the hands, or the ability to practice those concepts, or to engage more on activities, so that our students can further understand the lesson that we are sharing to them. Okay, for example, if we are teaching sounds that are voice and voiceless, okay, like the th sound that is voice, as in the following. So this, and then we have breathe, bathe, and then this, and voice, vision, okay, television, and we have measure. Okay, or another, we have gym, gym, then we have jeans, and then juice, the juice sound, and then you sound as in yogurt, yesterday, then YouTube. How about S, the voiceless, okay, or rather the ng sound, I'm sorry for that. So like sing, singer, painting, tongue. Then of course we have z sound, as in zoo, zebra, jazz, and then we have the soft th, which is think, mouth, then north, the ch sound, as in cheese, chair, future, structure. Then we have the home, okay, h sound, home, horse, heart. And then we have the sound, as in dish, finish, show. Okay, All right. So with this thing, we can see the progress of our students by looking not only their own ability to read the text or to understand a literary masterpieces, but rather to develop their own ability to read and pronounce words correctly, which is necessary for EFL learners, not only EFL learners, but even ESL ones, especially the young individuals. Okay, right. So take for example, in the International Phonetic Alphabet, this is sound as I. Then the next sound is f. Then it will become if, and then that is ah, na, this one is knowledge, if knowledge, and then if is p, ow, wah. Then if knowledge is power, is super. Okay, right. In other words, okay. All right. So that's that's what I have clicked on that term. If we are in that cubes rather. So if we are to develop our students' ability to read with creativeness, then we have to make use of that exercises, distinguishing their ability to produce sound and at the same time their knowledge on how to combine the sounds to form sentences or phrase or words. It depends on your discretion as the teacher. So in that thing that I have clicked on, it means that if knowledge is power, learning is your superpower. All right. If knowledge is power, learning is your superpower. Okay. So my dear participants, I will not say too much. I would like to end my presentation with the saying, fine art is that in which the head and the heart of man together. So it's actually a combination. If you really wanted to look into the authentic artistry that will be produced, then we need to see the tripartite combination of the hand, the head, and the heart. And that is really learning all about. So I end up my presentation with this one. Thank you very much. And I hope that with this simple sharing, you may have something, a takeaway of which you can also utilize in your own literature and language classroom. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day. So thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a brightening day. Now I welcome, call upon Honorable Chairperson Dr. Beena Rathi Madam to sum up the session. Welcome, Madam.
Yes. Thank you, Pathak Madam. Thank you very much. And to the resource person, why? Sir, why? I can only say why to you. A very warm afternoon to all of you. That was really a wonderful listening to the pronunciation and learning literature vocabulary class today that we had. At the very outset, let me congratulate Dr. Romel Tabula, a professor in International Alliance of English Language Teachers at Thailand, for having so elaborately spoken on the recreation of these 3H, which are very necessary in learning language or learning literature for that matter. But let me also, at the very outset, thank Professor Praveen Joshi for having given me this opportunity to chair a session in this 3-day international conference. Sir, thank you very much. In fact, I'm completely humbled. I'm very, very privileged for what you have done to me. Friends, as they say, gratitude can transform common days into feasts, turn routine jobs into joy, and change ordinary opportunities into blessings. Really, it was a blessing today to listen to Dr. Tabula. Sir, thank you very much. It was really very nice. Now, recreation of 3H to the levels of learning literature and language. Sir has told us so many things about all these. He started with this, the 3H, the heart, the hand, and the head. Sir, you have told us you started with a very fruitful activity. In fact, even I was drawing your house, your mountains, your trees, your ponds, and everything. And I could remember all those old days when I was very small and when I was told in the class to draw a scenery, and that was all I could do. A pond with a house, with a tree, 2 mountains, and a sun rising. So I could just go back to nostalgically go back to all those olden days when I drew so enthusiastically and to create a scene which could impress my teacher. So thank you very much. That was a lovely activity. Now, friends, he has also given us a treat by giving us a song sung by Sam Smith. That was really wonderful. In the Lonely Hour is a very beautiful song, sir. And in that song, he has taught us how little things, how little pronunciations can be learned by listening to a song. You know, sir, to get entertained, to be entertained, and at the same time, to learn something is really, really, really wonderful. You know, they say to have a vocation with an avocation really makes life enjoyable. So that is it. To make our students learn something through entertainment is real teaching. I believe very much in that, sir. Thank you very much. Then he also told us that students can learn the creativity in their heads by learning to phonetic sounds. Sir, we have a class of phonetics in our classes also. I don't know about Thailand, but then in Amravati University, we have phonetics as one of the branch of learning language. And there, phonetics is taught to the students. And we really enjoy all those classes, sir. Thank you very much. Now, the example in which sir has given us how a door can be kept half open, fully open, little open, and how the mouth can be kept that way. That was a very good example, sir. In fact, I was thinking of trying that example of keeping a door open, little open, fully closed, and then keeping the mouth that way and then teaching phonetics to my students that way. So thank you very much. You also told us about the tongue positions, how tongue positions make an effect on how we speak, on our pronunciations, and all those things, and how vocabulary can be increased. But your video of loving can hurt sometimes was also very beautiful. Yes, sir. We can teach students by filling the blanks which we can provide them. And those filling in the blanks can help them learn new words and increase their vocabulary. Sir, that too was a very good exercise which we can do in our regular classes. Only thing is, sir, we have got a syllabus to cover. And with all that in mind, covering a syllabus and teaching the students with entertainment sometimes becomes a bit difficult. But in our tutorial classes, sure, we can do it. So thank you very much, sir, for that too. Now, the pronunciations that you told us between breed, bathe, and this, vision, television, and measure, and chair and future, and home, horse, and heart, all that was very welcome, and the session was very, very fruitful because language learning activity has been taught in this class, and sir, we are very thankful for all that. Thank you very much, sir. I must once again extend my thanks to all the people out there who really gave me this opportunity to be present as the chairperson. All the management of Prerna College of Commerce, especially Praveen Joshi sir, Dayanand Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya, DRB Sindhu Mahavidyalaya Nagpur, and Seth Kesrimal Pormal Committee. I'm very thankful to all of you for having given me this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Arvind, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Dr. Beena Madam, you have wonderfully summed up. Wonderful summing up by you. And Professor Romel, I am really grateful to you that even though you are not well, you have joined us and you have given a very wonderful presentation. If a teacher takes interest in teaching, how he can be so effective that you have shown through so many examples, and how you can create visualization for the students and how students can learn the art of visualization, you have wonderfully explained. I think it's a great message for the teachers. The only thing is that they should take more and more interest in teaching. So students will also learn a lot, and that will be really an entertaining activity for the students as well. And they will develop the power of imagination. It is said that imagination is a power and visualization is developed or cultivated ability. So I think through imagination, they will learn the art of visualization, and you have wonderfully elaborated on this particular topic. I'm really thankful to you, Professor Romel, that you, even though not well, you have joined us. And in fact, Beena Madam, he was vaccinated yesterday itself, and he is not well. He has body ache and headache, but still, in spite of being unwell, he has joined us. I'm really thankful to him. Yes, please carry on.
Yes, now I call upon Professor Roshni Mahajan to propose a vote of thanks. Over to you, Madam Roshni.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chetna Pathak, Madam. Good afternoon, one and all who join this conference in virtual mode, based on the topic, effective visualization and literature. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this memorable conference. I, Roshni Mahajan, on behalf of Prerna College of Commerce and 3 other colleges, Dayananda Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Dada Ramchandra Bhakru Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, and Seth Kesrimal Porwal College, Nagpur. Welcome you all. I would like to thank today's resource person, Professor Romel Thabula, language teacher, IELT, Thailand, who have wonderfully dealt with the topic significance of creative imagination in literature. As Samuel Taylor Coleridge said, imagination is the living power and prime agent of all human perception. In addition to this, Warner and Mayer said, fundamental to living in the conceptual age will be the use of creativity. Creativity has become a topic of ever-increasing interest to educational settings. I feel profoundly thankful to Professor Romel Thabula for having shared his precious comment with us on this day. Professor Romel Thabula has elaborately dwelt on following points. At the very first, he understood the concept of creative imagination to the participant through activity. And according to Sir, if we follow such kind of activity in the class, it helps students go from surface to deep learning. He played a very wonderful music. Really, that music is awesome, sir. According to him, Such kind of music can help to stimulate our imaginations. One of the key component of creative process, which also helps students to make their pronunciation correct. He also make awareness with different phonetic sound by giving various examples. Even sir talk about how music ignites all area of child development, including intellectual and social, emotional. Thanks again, sir. We couldn't have pulled this off without you. Now, I would like to express my gratitude to Honorable Chairperson Dr. Bina Rathi, Associate Professor, R.S. Sada
Professor,
College.
madam. Professor, madam.
Okay.
Professor and head.
Professor and R.S. Sada College, Anjangaon, Amravati, for her presence. Thank you wholeheartedly, madam. My hearty thanks to our respected Dr. Praveen Joshi, sir, Director of Prerna College of Commerce. I thank all the distinguished participants who have blessed us with their presence in this conference. At last, I thank all for making this session resounding success. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Now, I hand over the mic to Chetna Pathak, madam. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, I welcome today's Master of Ceremony, Dr. Leena Chandnani, and hand over the virtual platform for the next plenary session. Thank you. Over to you, Leena, madam. Good noon.
Thank you, Chetna ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah. A very good afternoon to the honorable dignitaries and participants. I, Dr. Leena Chandnani, Associate Professor, Head Department of English, Dada Ramchand Bapu Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, welcome you all on the second day, third session of the 3 days international conference on the novel and fresh theme, effective visualization and literature. Friends, many interesting, stimulating and inspiring sessions have been conducted since yesterday, and we all are enjoying this literary feast, isn't it? Yet another session is being conducted now. We have with us eminent guest, Honorable Dr. Archana Bahadur Jasti, a multi-talented personality. She's a writer, poet, counselor, translator, researcher, and scholar par excellence. Dr. Archana has taught at some renowned institutions of Lucknow. She's the counselor in English with Indira Gandhi National Open University. Archana ji has detailed literary interviews and they have appeared in the print by the Post magazine UK 21st Century Critical Thought volume. Madam has done her B.Ed from Central Institute of Education, Delhi University and NET and PhD in English. Her research is on the poetry of Philip Larkin and Russell Ezekiel. Dr. Archana ma'am has 3 volumes of poetry. Poetic Candor is her debut collection of poetry in 2018. The Speaking Muse in 2019. Careless Verse Whispers, Kindle 2021 are available on Amazon. Mirabai the Legend, Her Life and Struggle as a Woman, a novel translated by her from Hindi to English, is also available on Amazon and Kindle. Her poems featured in many anthologies like Colors of Light, Zindagi Ke Rang, Feel, Not Just Read, Essence of a Woman, Lockdown 2020, Mothers Anthology, Born to Dream Winners, A New Dawn, the Kali Project Anthology, and many more. She has several research papers and poems published in journals and books. We are really privileged to have her as our resource person. Welcome, ma'am. We also will have with us another eminent personality, Honorable Dr. Arvind Navle, sir. Sir is the Associate Professor and Head Department of English, Shivaji Mahavidyalaya, Udgir District, Latur. Sir has been NCC Commission Officer, Poet Commander, last rank Captain for the last 10 years, Head Department of English for the last 15 years, former Coordinator, NEC Steering Committee at IQSE. Sir has worked as member of the Senate, SRTM University, Nanded, member of Board of Studies in English, member Faculty of Arts, Chairman, member of Application Committee, Business Board Member Selection Committee, External Examiner PhD work, Life Member Association for English Studies, in AESI. Arvind sir has also total 45 books to his credit and has co-edited almost 9 books and some 34 anthologies. Out of 45 books, near about 30 books are subscribed by the world's more than 167 renowned overseas libraries, including USA, UK, South Africa, Australia, Germany, France, Canada, and many more. Sir has presented many research papers at national and international level and has published the research papers in reputed journals and books. He has delivered several talks, guest lectures, and literary interviews. We are fortunate to have such versatile personality with us. Welcome, sir. Now I request Dr. Archana ma'am to deliver her talk on the theme Reality and Fantasy in Drama. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible to the guests here?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
I can't see the video, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am Chandnani, for such a warm welcome. But I think my video is not visible. You have done something with it. Yes. Hello. Hello, everyone. I have selected.
Yes, ma'am. You are visible now and audible.
Okay. I have selected a literary topic for today. The theme of my paper is reality and fantasy in drama, with special reference to the plays by Shakespeare, William Shakespeare. In Julius Caesar, after the games, the soothsayer had called out to Caesar, "Beware the Ides of March." This dictum became so famous that Julius Caesar gave it to the world, "Beware the Ides of March." Artemidorus too had written on a scroll about the evil people Caesar was surrounded with. He pleads with Caesar to take his petition first, as it was concerning Caesar directly. But Caesar waves it off, saying that whatever concerns Caesar should be heard last. We see that so many indications, signs were given by different people to Caesar for his safety, which was endangered by the plotting people. I shall be quoting extensively from Shakespeare's works so that the audience can see how effectively Shakespeare has used speech too as a medium of visualization. Quote, Brutus, another general shout. I do believe that these applauses are for some new honors that are heaped on Caesar. Cassius, why, man, he doth bestride the narrow world like a colossus, and we petty men walk under his huge legs and peep about to find ourselves dishonorable graves. Men at some time are masters of their lives. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are underlings. Brutus, what should be in that Caesar? Write them together, Brutus and Caesar. Yours is as fair a name. Weigh them. It is as heavy. conjure with them, Brutus will start a spirit as soon as Caesar. Now, in the names of all the gods at once, upon what meat doth this our Caesar feed, that he is grown so great? H, thou art shamed, Rome, thou hast lost the breed of noble bloods. When went there by an age since the great flood? But it was fain with more than one man. When could they say till now that talked of Rome that a wide walls encompassed but one man? Now is it Rome indeed, and room enough, when there is in it but one only man? Now is it Rome indeed? Oh, you and I have heard our fathers say, there was a Brutus once that would have brooked the eternal devil to keep his state in Rome. Imagination, visualization, and fantasy are inherent to good storytelling. Most of the Shakespearean plays enjoy a unique place in literature as they are the embodiments of the technique of visualization. Though oft the subject and the theme of the playwright would be inspired or sourced from an already known one. Similes, comparison effectively convey the exact magnitude of Caesar's position here in this speech among the common folks. Such hyperbolic comparisons with known ancient personages is to highlight or to visualize how men were falling short and were not able to raise themselves with the times, the demand of the times. Caesar can leave or conjure, leave a mark or conjure with his skill as much as Brutus can also do it. Now, what is the difference? The difference is that people are undermining their own worth in their own eyes. They're not able to visualize greatness as they are entrusting Caesar with the same greatness. Now, he conjures up something not real. So that is not a reality. Taking a cue from Cassius as he instigates Casca, I quote again, men at some time are masters of their fates. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves that we are underlings. Our thoughts, words, and visualization is the key to unlock our future. Visualization is directly responsible for manifestation. We are what we think. The actions or course of action of anyone and the readiness he has within to accomplish that is responsible for things to be able to. Now the ability to visualize is directly proportionate to get things materialized. In some measure, the effective use of visualization is reflected in the foreboding dream of California about Caesar. People have been witnessing strange happenings. Caesar was being prevailed upon by California not to go to the Senate that day. Most mighty Caesar, let me know. Now, this is Decius Brutus, who has come to Caesar, he asks Caesar, he asks Caesar, most mighty Caesar, let me know some cause. Caesar, the cause is in my will. I will not come. That is enough to satisfy the Senate. But for your private satisfaction, because I love you, I will let you know. California here, my wife stays at home, stays me at home. She dreamt tonight, she saw my statue, which like a fountain with 100 spouts did run pure blood, and many lusty Romans came smiling and did bathe their hands in it. And these does she apply for warnings and portents, and evils imminent, and on her knee hath begged that I will stay at home today. We see now that Caesar himself has made extensive use of imageries. He has created a pen portrait of his wife, California, how she has tried to dissuade Caesar from going to the Senate that day. Decius Brutus, quote, this dream is all a misinterpreted. It was a fair vision and fortunate, unquote. Apparently, the visionary people are ignored in Julius Caesar, and the dreadful murder of Caesar happens at the Capitol. Later in Julius Caesar, the mournful Antony speaks to a confounded group of people, of mourners. He apprises his countrymen of the most sinister plan of murder and betrayal. His rhetoric becomes the mainstay of visualization here. And if you remember, Mark Antony's speech follows Brutus' speech as they had kept it as one of the conditions. So his rhetoric becomes the mainstay of visualization and through it of public realization. He was crestfallen, Caesar was crestfallen not because of the stab, but on seeing whose hands or whose hand held the knife. How the betrayal of Brutus was both shattering and fatal to Caesar, completely overwhelming, grievous, heinous, and unforgivable. Thus, the reader can foresee the events that follow as a natural outcome. Now, I switch over to the next play after this, Prince Hamlet. He is well known for the overactive mind. He is imagining things, which leads to a lot of overthinking, which hinders him from taking any decisive measure or step. Prince Hamlet, on the contrary, a victim of his hyperactive mind, his pensive thoughts paralyzing him and leaving him in a quandary. His restlessness causes him to lose his focus. While he flounders, he keeps debating about the value of trust in relationships, the hollowness of human life, to be or not to be. Now, I would like to address a problem which I'm facing during this session. Some people are making their entry, so I think I'm supposed to admit them. So that is how my train of thought is broken.
No, madam. You need not, madam, you need not admit them. We are here.
Thank
So you
thank
carry on with your work.
Okay, I wanted that
Yes,
clarification.
Admin
An
is here.
overactive mind. Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
An overactive mind is in a constant state of turmoil. The dreams are also a result of the restless mind and a disturbed sleep. The same troubled heart of Brutus cannot lie at rest at night, and his wife Portia finds this to be quite portentous. Now, in Julius Caesar, we have already seen that Caesar had made a mention that California had seen a had rather a nightmare wherein many people have come and stab Caesar and blood runs out in a stream. So we see that nature itself is in turmoil. Cassius also had made a mention of it, that he had seen various awful sights in the town. The people of Italy have had strange, weird sights. In most of Shakespearean plays, nature plays a significant role in visualization of the very impact the dramatist or the playwright wants to create. Pathetic fallacy is efficaciously employed for the visualization of the connect of nature with mankind. Here is a complete picture in words about Antonio in The Merchant of Venice, written in 1600. He said, but he does not know the cause of his melancholy. He is not sure why it was so. In a likewise manner, Portia too needs to be cheered by Jessica. We can figure out why Antonio was weighed down by melancholy by the following dialogue in the opening scene of The Merchant of Venice. Perhaps this is what caused him to worry. Act 1, Scene 1, Venice, a street, enter Antonio, Salerno, and Salenio. Antonio, quote, in sooth, I know not why I am so sad. It wearies me. You say it wearies you, but how I caught it, found it, and came by it? What stuff 'tis made of, whereof it is born, I am to learn. And such a want wit sadness makes of me, that I have much ado to know myself. Salerno. Your mind is tossing on the ocean where your argosies with portly sail like seigneurs and rich burghers on the flood. Or as it were the pageants of the sea do overpeer the petty traffickers. That courtesy to them, do them reverence as they fly by them with their woven wings. In The Merchant of Venice, both Shylock and Antonio have quite different outlooks on life. On occasions, Shylock had been humiliated by Antonio for usury or lending of money on an interest. By turn of events, Antonio goes to Shylock for a loan for his friend Bassanio. On listening to Shylock's ranting about his humiliation by Antonio on several occasions, one can easily perceive the immense antipathy the Jew harbored for Antonio. Shylock uses imagery, metaphors, similes, and irony to his advantage to exhibit the extreme humiliation he had undergone, which was not easy to overlook or forgive. Through his impassioned speech, which is a kind of exposition of the volatile situation awaiting if things did not go as desired by the borrower. Reality is fluid. Fate can take a somersault, and action can unfold in an unanticipated manner. Shylock. 3,000 ducats, it is a good sum. 3 months from 12. Then let us see the rate. Antonio. Well, Shylock, shall we be holding to you? Shylock. Senor Antonio, many a time and oft in the Rialto you have rated me about my monies and my usances. Still have I borne it with a shrug. For sufferance is the badge of all I tried. You call me misbeliever, cutthroat dog, and spit upon my Jewish gabardine, and all for use of that which is mine own? Well, then it now appears you need my help. Go to then. You come to me and you say, Shiloh, we would have monies. You say so? You that did void your room upon my beard and foot me as you spurn a stranger cur over your threshold. Money's your suit? What should I say to you? Should I not say, hath dog money? Is it possible a cur can lend 3,000 ducats? Or shall I bend low and in a bondman's key with bated breath and whispering humbleness say this? Fair sir, you spit on me on Wednesday last. You spurn me such a day. Another time, you called me a dog, and for these courtesies, I lend you thus much monies. We see that Shylock displays his envy and dissonance in the speech openly. Nothing is left unsaid. His hope to get even with Antonio at any cost is so evident in the following lines after Antonio's failure to repay in the stipulated period. Act 3, Scene 1. Salarino. Why, I'm sure if he forfeit, thou wilt not take his flesh. What's that good for? This is a court scene. Shylock. To bait fish withal. If it will feed nothing else, it will feed my revenge. He hath disgraced me and hindered me 500,000, laughed at my losses, mocked at my gains, scorned my nation, thwarted my bargains, cooled my friends, heated my enemies. And what's his reason? I am a Jew. Hath not a Jew eyes? Hath not a Jew hands, organs, dimensions, senses, affections, passions? Fed with the same food, hurt with the same weapons, subject to the same diseases, healed by the same means, warmed and cooled by the same winter and summer as a Christian is. If you prick us, do we not bleed? If you tickle us, do we not laugh? If you poison us, do we not die? And if you wrong us, shall we not revenge? If you are like us in the rest, we will resemble you in that. If a Jew wrong a Christian, what is his humility? Revenge. If a Christian wrong a Jew, what should his sufferance be by a Christian example? Why revenge? The villainy you teach me, I shall execute, and it shall go hard, but I will better the instruction. The contract, seemingly drawn in jest, with Antonio's pound of flesh to be cut off from closest to his heart, is inherently a wild fantasy of a vindictive mind. It seems a fantasy, but soon it turns into a reality. But the very remote, far-fetched possibility plays out cruelly. Antonio encounters the reality of the forfeiture of the bond at the lapse of the 3 months without the repayment of the 3,000 ducats. Although the situation sounds incredible, the Jew's plea for justice follows inevitably. Antonio is summoned before the Duke. Portia, impersonated as a young lawyer, makes a dramatic appearance. The court scene is a high drama of ingenuity, but all the pleadings fall on the deaf, unrelenting Jew. He is unfazed by Portia's commiseration for mercy, which she says is the becoming quality of the highest of monarchs. Everything is justifiable, sustained by quirky twists of reality and fantasy. The real and the fantastic accentuate the dramatic irony in The Merchant of Venice. Portia, Act 4, Scene 1. The quality of mercy is not strained, it droppeth as the gentle rain from heaven upon the place beneath. It is twice blessed. It blesses him that gives and him that takes. So we see that everything seems to be rushing towards an imminent danger to Antonio's life. Shakespeare is the master craftsman of the element of fantasy. He has used masque, the mystery of the 3 caskets for the suitors of Portia, to ponder over serious issues such as physical appearance and deception, the white gap, the duality, the gilded lies of the decadence of every life. In plays like Midsummer's Night Dream, The Tempest, and Macbeth, Shakespeare makes use of fantasy quite liberally. In these plays, the supernatural elements are involved. They have quite a bit of role in the action of the plays. In these fantastic plays are enchanting spells which are cast by the protagonist through his supernatural and mystical creatures. In these fantastic plays, an enchanting spell is cast also on the audiences, as well as the characters of the plays. The appearance of the 3 witches or weird sisters sets the tone of Macbeth. They do not speak plainly, they prophesize. Their prophecies prompt Macbeth to pursue an abominable ambition. The witches appear on the heath to Banquo and Macbeth as they return from the battlefield, after which the Thane of Cawdor is executed for treason. Ironically, Macbeth pursues such or treads upon such a danger track himself after the meeting with the witches on the heath. The witches speak in riddles. That is, they are not quite obvious, they are quite mysterious. They keep everything concealed with their double speak. The dark forces and their boiling cauldron is significant. They can be taken as a symbolic pointer in the context of the situation at Scotland at hand. A great political turmoil ensues, as well as the mental one for Macbeth. His ambition is made drunk or potent in the dark night. The dramatic effect of fantasy, the ominous crying of bird in the dark night, a dagger floating before Macbeth, all have ill portents or ill focus. Trust and loyalty is murdered by ambition. He is confounded. There seems to be confusion in nature, more so about the ambiguity in the prophecies of the witches. No man birthed by a woman was capable of snuffing the life of Macbeth. The witches had also foretold that he could not die as long as Burnham Forest did not come to Dunsinane. There is unity in the unraveling of the dark night, which has deception, murder, morbid ambition in order to gain power. In this game of seeking power, Macbeth loses the human touch. He himself becomes an unfeeling, blind fiend. In the opening scene of Macbeth, a moor open space is introduced where the witches appear. It is followed by the Battle of Scots, with the Irish forces conjoined by the rebel MacDonald. The grisly details of the execution of MacDonald by Macbeth, the bravery of both Banquo and Macbeth, sets the tone of the play. Macbeth appears chivalrous, complete, but he is completely overswayed by the prophecy of the witches. King Duncan had come at the residence of Macbeth, Inverness, the castle of Inverness, and he had stayed back with Banquo and his son Clarence. It is the castle of Macbeth in Act 2, Scene 1, as Banquo and son Fleance are about to retire for the night. Macbeth and a servant with a torch enter. After both the guests leave the stage, Macbeth asks the servant that before retiring for the night, he should bid the mistress, that is, Lady Macbeth, to ring the bell. Shakespeare makes use of auditory and visual imagery in the play extensively to present both reality and fantasy. Soon after this, Macbeth can see a dagger levitating in the air, beckoning him to commit the deed. The prophecy of the witches and exhortations from Lady Macbeth help Macbeth to visualize himself as the king. The external agencies also bolster his courage. Nonetheless, despite his shuddering guilt, he finally commits the deed. The external agencies, even if they were unreal or fantasized, or all occur in accord with the partner in crime. The supernatural beings all conjointly make him visualize and act in tandem. He goes on to realize what was the prophecy of the witches, prompted by the creatures whose very appearance and works are sustained by evil machinations. Here follows this soliloquy by Macbeth in Act 2, Scene 1. This is a complete, you can say, a visual which floats before him and before the eyes of the audiences. Is this dagger? Is this a dagger which I see before me? The handle toward my hand. Come, let me clutch thee. I have thee not, and yet I see thee still. Art thou not fatal vision, sensible to feeling as to sight? Or art thou but a dagger of the mind, a false creation, proceeding from the heat oppressed brain? I see thee yet, form as palpable as this which now I draw. Thou marshallest me the way that I was going, and such an instrument I was to use. Mine eyes are made the fools of the other senses, or else worth all the rest. I see thee still, and on thy blade and dungeon gouts of blood, which was not so before. There's no such thing. It is the bloody business which informs. Thus to mine eyes, now over the one half, nature seems dead, and wicked dreams abuse the curtained sleep. Witchcraft celebrates pale Hecate's offerings and withered murder, alarmed by his senator, the wolf, whose howls his watch thus with his stealthy pace, with Tarquin's ravishing strides towards his design, moves like a ghost. Thou sure and firm set earth, hear not my steps, which way they walk, for fear thy very stones prate of my whereabouts, and take the present horror from the time which now suits with it, whilst I tread he lives. Words to the heat of deeds, too cold breath gives. We see that in the speech which I just presented from Macbeth, an extensive use of imagery has been made. Discovery of his evil deed was possible only at daybreak. Macbeth talks about the late night hour when half the world is asleep. Nature seems dead and the sleep is abused by dreams. A complete visual picture is created. And he has also mentioned that my one sense, that is the eyes, are predominant, or they have subdued. The sight, the vision of sight has subdued the other senses. The consciousness of the sinister deed is poignantly portrayed by Shakespeare. The impact of the dreadful deed over his psyche is evident in the visualization of the damnable deed with the reference to Tarquin's ravishing strides and he walking like a ghost. Painstakingly, he musters up the courage to execute the dreadful plan. The same night seems to be full of noise and disturbance to the porter, the gatekeeper of the castle of Inverness, who refers to Macbeth's castle as hell. The porter scene follows the killing of King Duncan by Macbeth, the most grisly and horrifying scene of the play. Macbeth has just brought the blood-stained daggers to his wife. Declaring that he has done the deed, but that he finds himself unable now to say Amen, and he has heard a voice saying, "Sleep no more, Macbeth does murder, sleep." Lady Macbeth chides him and says prophetically, "These deeds must not be thought after these ways, so it will make us mad." She must take the daggers back to the bodyguard herself, and as she is doing so, the first knock at the gate is heard. While she is gone, Macbeth looks at his hands and realizes that they can never be washed clean. Quote, "Will all great Neptune's ocean wash this blood clean from my hand?" Lady Macbeth returns, her hands now bloody too, but she says, "A little water clears us all. This deed, how easy it is then." Macbeth is not persuaded. He states, "To know my deed, it were best not know myself." At this point, the knocking begins. So the prelude to this scene is extreme horror. The stark images of bloody hands, the terrible scene of the terrible sense of guilt and wrongdoing, and the knocking associated with that guilt, as if the knocking is not external on the door of the castle, but internal, knocking within the mind of the guilty murderer. So then we switch, and it is a jarring switch, to the porter. He comes out apparently hungover or perhaps drunk from the festivities of the night, celebration of the victory in the battle with Macbeth, Banquo, his son. So and he's not that happy to have to get out of bed to answer the castle door. Here's a knocking indeed, he proclaims, and then throughout his speech, he utters the refrain, "Knock, knock, knock." And this has the effect of reminding us of that guilty knocking of the prior scene. The porter, making use of his imagination, makes an observation. And here it goes. If a man were porter of Hell Gate, he should have turning the key. Thereafter, he imagines himself as the porter of the gate of hell itself. So he is using the technique of visualization. This castle is indeed hell, the place where both human and divine order are overturned. So the porter does indeed keep the gate of hell. He then imagines 3 different candidates coming to the gates of hell. A farmer who killed himself when he despaired of his harvest, an equivocator or a skillful liar, that is someone who could swear in both the scales against either scale. who committed treason enough for God's sake, yet could not equivocate to heaven, unquote. And lastly, a tailor who tries to stay ahead of fashion but ultimately fails. These are the three very unusual figures, but what unites them? The farmer is a figure of despair, which was seen as a crime against God. The equivocator has committed treason, a crime against the state. The tailor is a figure who constructs outward appearance without substantial reality. These are a veritable list of the great themes of Macbeth: despair, treason, deception, all buried within the porter's drunken imagination. Macbeth had ordered the killing of both Banquo and his son Fleance. Banquo's appearance as a ghost during the banquet scene is to subject Macbeth to guilt. Banquo was visible singularly to Macbeth as he sits in Macbeth's own seat. Macbeth asks Seaton to put the armor on himself. He also asks the doctor what purgative drug would scar the English forces away. As Macbeth continues talking with Satan, I will not be afraid of death and bane till Burnham Forest came to Dungeon Name. Act 5, Scene 3. Burnham Forest couldn't possibly come to Dunshire. It is a reality. But ambiguous fortune often plays a strange role. Implausible events are made real through action and readiness. Eventually, despotic Macbeth reaps what he had sown. Macbeth, quote, how does your patient, doctor? Doctor, not so sick, my lord, as she's troubled with thick coming fancies that keep her from rest. The moral slip, unquote, the moral slipping upsets Lady Macbeth's equilibrium. The real and fantastic quells. She sleepwalks. The reality is so hideous that it is better to sleep through it. But her agitated conscience is apparently starker than the world of make-believe. Hence, all, quote, all the perfume of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand. Soon after, in Act 5, Scene 5, hearing the cry from within of women, Macbeth says that he was no longer affected by shrieks or sounds as he was once after having entertained slorous thoughts. Satan brings the news from within, quote, the queen, my lord, is dead. Macbeth, she should have died hereafter. There would have been a time for such a word. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow creeps in this petty face from day to day to the last syllable of recorder time. And all our yesterdays have lighted fools' lives but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Unquote. In most of Shakespearean plays, there is an interplay of light and darkness. The taper of flame accentuates the duality in this world. This is evident in The Tempest, Julius Caesar, A Midsummer Night's Dream, The Merchant of Venice, and Macbeth. I'm again quoting from The Merchant of Venice, Jessica. Here, catch this casket. It is worth the pains. I'm glad 'tis night. You do not look on me, for I'm much ashamed of my exchange. This is the elopement scene, Shylock's daughter, Jessica. For I'm much ashamed of my exchange. But love is blind, and lovers cannot see the pretty follies that themselves commit. For if they could, Cupid himself would blush to see me thus transformed to a boy. Lorenzo, descend, for you must be my torch bearer. Jessica, what? Must I hold a candle to my shades? They in themselves, good sooth, are too light. Why, 'tis an office of discovery, love, and I should be obscured. Portia reaches Venice from Belmont equipped with a letter of recommendation from Dr. Bellario. The Duke grants Balthazar or Portia in the assumed persona the permission to go ahead with the case as she was already acquainted well with the aspects of the case. Portia first asked the Jew to give up envy and show compassion. As we have already seen, she pleads him to show mercy, as it is the quality which is quite befitting a person. Now, when he stands obdurate on his forfeiture of the bond, she asks Shylock to be ready with the scales. Portia, tarry a little. There is something else. This bond doth give thee here no jot of blood. The words expressly are a pound of flesh. Take then thy bond, take thou thy pound of flesh, but in the cutting of it, if thou dost shed one drop of Christian blood, thy lands and goods are by the laws of Venice confiscate unto the state of Venice. As a playwright, Shakespeare was concerned about the social hierarchy of the Elizabethan times, how the family inheritance was enjoyed only by Oliver and not Orlando in As You Like It. Orlando was like a farm hand. He was being brought up not like an educated gentleman. Orlando, the youngest son of the recently deceased Sir Rowland, the boy, describes his unfortunate state of affairs to Adam, Sir Rowland's loyal former servant. Orlando was being ill-treated by his elder brother, Oliver. Now, Charles the wrestler came to see Oliver as he had heard rumors about Orlando, keen to meet him in a wrestling bout. So, he begs Oliver to intervene on his brother's behalf. But Oliver replies that Orlando is a deceitful scoundrel. We see that real motives are obscured and hidden. Petty motives disengage people from the love and compassion. There are opponents, opportunists, and usurpers in these plays. There is deception despite the guilt, as we see in Macbeth. An excessive ambition leads to treason, human failings, despite some sterling attributes that these protagonists had. In The Tempest, Ariel is visible to the erstwhile Duke of Milan, Prospero, his master. Just like in Macbeth, the raging tempest is a foreboding about the injustice meted out to Prospero at the hands of his usurper brother Antonio. In both the cases, Shakespeare speaks about the foul ambition of the characters who unjustly dispossess people of their natural inheritance or the rightful ownership. This was a contrivance going against the basic inheritance, upsetting of natural course of events through moral decadence. As the wedding of Ferdinand and Miranda draws near in The Tempest, draws near, and while talking with Ferdinand, Ferdinand makes a reference to the pleasures of the wedding bed. So it becomes imminent that a masque by Prospero is created in Act 4. The scene explores marriage from different angles. It is a visualization technique to cover the white gap or disparity between the innocent Miranda and Ferdinand as the man of the world. Prospero's masque features Juno, the symbol of marriage and family life in Roman mythology, and Ceres, the symbol of agriculture and thus of nature and of growth. Shakespeare uses masks in his plays to effectively visualize appropriate social conduct. In this case, marriage is being acknowledged as an important social institution. Masks often involved singing, dancing, and elaborate stage setup, which are devices for proper visualization by the reader or for the audiences. In The Merchant of Venice, the masquerade or mask is a procession. The mask had to be cancelled because of the changed schedule of Bassanio. The procession was heralded by a torchbearer to facilitate the elopement of Jessica with Lorenzo. Masks are the most well-crafted agents of visualization and fantasy. Pastoral element in Shakespearean plays, we can see marks of it in As You Like It, is to deepen the effect of visualization. As in As You Like It, a pastoral comedy, there is extensive employment of this forest of Arden, where both the city and country dwellers come face to face. And here they come closer to nature. It is here in nature as shepherds, though not the real ones, that human quest is in focus, which is pure, to pursue pure joy or bliss. Orlando writes letters pinned on the boughs in the hope that Rosalind shall come across them. She does find the letter as Ganymede, a youth. Ironically, she offers to cure Orlando of his malady of love effectively by pretending and taking on the semblance of Rosalind in a few following on a few following days daily. An attempt to remedy the ills of city life are made in this play as you like it. By means of seeking refuge in the forest of Arden by Orlando, Rosalind, Cecilia, Duke Sr. with his train of followers. A few more accompany them because of their devotion to the master. Adam is beholden to Orlando. The unfortunate Rosalind is given company by her cousin, Celia. In 12th night, the clever fool and the foolish one are the source of lighter moments for distraction. The fools bring the desired moments of comic relief from the serious business of the day. Therefore, we can say that the fantasy of the fools complements the real situations of life. In A Midsummer's Night's Dream, the king of fairies, Oberon, takes the help of Puck to persuade his queen Titania to hand over her page boy, whom he fancied much. Puck pours the juice of mystical flowers into the eyes of the wrong person, and a lot of confusion goes on. Helena had been despairing, as we see in the opening of this play, A Midsummer's Night's Dream. In the opening scene, we see that Helena had been despairing about the rejections by Demetrius. She had been following her friend here, Hermia, whose hand was being now, for whose hand Demetrius was a suitor. Helena, quote, how happy some over other some can be. Through Athens, I'm thought as fair as she. But what of that? Demetrius thinks not so. He will not know what all, but he do know. And as he errs, doting on Hermia's eyes, so I, admiring of his qualities, thinks base and vile, holding no quantity. Love can transpose to form and dignity. Love looks not with the eyes, but with the mind, and therefore is winged Cupid, painted blind. Love looks not with the eyes, but with the mind, and therefore is winged Cupid, painted blind. Nor hath love's mind of any judgment taste, wings and no eyes, figure unheedy haste. And therefore is love said to be a child, because in choice he's so oft beguiled, as waggish boys in game themselves forswear. So the boy, love, is perjured everywhere. For Demetrius looked on Hermia's eyes, he held down oaths that he was only mine. And when this hail some heat from Hermia felt, so he dissolved, and showers of oaths did melt. I will go tell him of fair Hermia's flight. Then to the wood will he tomorrow night pursue her, and for this intelligence, if I have thanks, it is a dear expense. Me, I, to enrich my pain, to have his sight hither and come back again. exit. There are 4 major plots in A Midsummer Night's Dream: the marriage of Theseus and Hippolyta, the 2 sets of lovers, Demetrius and Helena, Hermia and Lysander, the fairy king and queen, and the mechanics preparing a drama for the upcoming wedding of Theseus. The entire play takes place within the forest. Puck mistakes Lysander as the Athenian youth mentioned by Oberon in place of Demetrius, who was cold to the young maiden or Helena's love. There is a blunderous pouring of the love juice in Lysander's eyes. He follows Helena now, completely smitten. So there is a lot of jeopardy taking place in the amorous scenes. On the other hand, Titania pours her love on Bottom, the clown whose head is covered with an ass head by Puck. These developments are far away from realism. The fairies and mythical creatures are the archetypical vision embedded in different cultures.
Excuse me, ma'am.
These plays of Shakespeare have both the real and the fantastic entwined to give the readers an everlasting, wondrous peek at visualization. The striking feature of most of Shakespearean drama is the willing suspension of disbelief by the readers. The plays of Shakespeare are loaded with pithy observations. Merchant of Venice, the silver gold lead caskets used for the lottery of Portia's hand in marriage inspire rich imageries from the suitors who had hailed to Belmont. They visualize about the worth of Portia. Then she is compared with each of the metals in long speeches by these suitors for her distinctive merits. The mental assessment and pontifications, justifications.
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. Other guests are also waiting. We have got time constraints. Hello,
Okay,
ma'am.
I'll just cut it short.
Yes, ma'am.
It's conclusion only.
It's our request. I'm really sorry for that.
Ma'am. It's conclusion part, concluding part.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'll quote one. All that glitters is not gold. Often you have heard that told. Many a man his life hath sold, but my outside to behold. So to wind up, I will say that realism is mundane. Literature sustains on imagination. For posterity dwells not on prosaic, but in the fluid settings when protagonists are challenged by the supernatural beings. The protagonist then has the attributes of the Aristotelian tragic hero. The sublime does not dwell on mundane entirely. Elizabethan drama dwelt chiefly on the protagonist from the royal background. Visualization is the historic or the holistic conceptualization to make perception keen. It involves training of the mind through ramification and some subtle hints by the dramatist. And a teacher should be able to correlate and make good use of visualization. Thank you. Just as multimedia is making use of nowadays. Thank you so much for the patient listening. I think I overshot by a few moments. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Believe me, ma'am, I got the feeling of retro some 20 years back attending my MA English classes. It was wonderful.
Yeah, it was quite it became quite literary and heavy.
Yes, ma'am. It was really wonderful.
My topic was that I had extensively quoted from my literary text to make clear how visualization helps in comprehension and how the dramatist has made use of these techniques in his plays, in his various plays. So it is a complete amalgamation of the various techniques through imageries, metaphors, symbols, conceits, on all this. And Shakespeare is a master craftsman at it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Very true, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Arvind Navle sir to sum up the session.
Thank you, Dr. Linaji.
Thank you, sir.
The resource person, respected Professor Archanaji Jutse ma'am from Lucknow, the management authorities and principals of Prerna College of Commerce, Dayanand Arya Girls College, and DRBS College Nagpur, and Porwal College Kamti. The chief convener and a very good and great friend of mine, Dr. Pravinji Joshi, Dr. Snehal ma'am, rest conveners and organizing committee members of 3-day mega international conference on effective visualization and literature, and esteemed participants who are accessing this event through Zoom as well as YouTube live streaming. A very good afternoon to one and all. At the outset, I would like to appreciate the talk delivered by Professor Rachanaji on reality and fantasy in drama. I found in her talk an effective fusion of plenary talk with conference topic, that is effective visualization in literature. She is a creative poet with a good number of volumes to her credit, and as she is accustomed with poetry recitation, she has presented her topic with proper sound pattern, gestures, which visualized an effective picture among us about Shakespeare's plays and his use of fantasies. Friends, in context of literature, visualization is a technique for creating images or a series of mental images to communicate a message more effectively, and is being used in all forms of literature since ancient time. With it, you learn to look beyond the superficial meanings and go deeper into the text. From the 20th century, it has expanded further into various forms of media, and now we see it is being used in video games too since last few decades. Visualizing strengthens effective comprehension of the literary text and helps for richer reading experience. As far as reading drama or watching a dramatic performance of any play on the stage is concerned, it refers to dramatist's ability to create a picture or a series of pictures in the minds of readers or the spectators based on the text they read or words they hear. Visualizing creates personal links between the readers, listeners, and the context. Even a well-crafted sentence or dialogue can provide a rich springboard for visualizing effect. And it is wonderfully explained by Professor Archanaji with case study of Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, Hamlet, Merchant of Venice, Macbeth, Tempest, and so on, citing many events and dialogues, some soliloquies also of these renowned plays. Fantasy is something that is produced by the imagination, an idea about doing or experiencing something exciting, unusual, or pleasant that is, in almost cases, far removed from normal reality. It is the creation of the imaginative faculty, whether expressed or perceived or conceived. Most dramatists use magical or other supernatural elements in their main plot to create it. This differs from realistic drama, where dramatist has to adhere to the history and natural law of reality, where fantasy does not. In fantasy, the dramatist has to rely on the readers or the spectators' expectations, is their acceptance of the unbelievable or impossible for the sake of enjoyment, and create character, situation, and setting that are not possible in some senses in real world. Fantasy is a phenomenon that has a strong presence in our day-to-day life. It tends to accentuate only its entertaining and leisurely aspects, presenting it as something unserious, somewhat irrational in some cases, and escapist. However, fantasy is also tied into the performance of reality through its explicitly reflective nature that pushes reader or the spectators to become aware of the real ethical world, though sometime utopian in some senses. The aura of the realism of any fictional world is that, or the dramatic word is that, the result of the reader's unconscious decision to believe that what they see is true and actually exists, or at least may be so. Entertainment-driven fantasy allows momentary attainment of personal desire, while such exploration-driven fantasy confronts real-world problems and offers solution through element of fantasy, which leads to long-term benefits through reflective learning, as we see in Aesop's fables or the Arabian Nights, or as ma'am has very wonderfully emphasized on world that Shakespeare liberates it. The liberal use of Shakespeare in his plays, liberal use of fantasy. Visualization in the mind of reader or the spectators occurs when a mental image is formed while you read a text or watch a stage performance in which a place, situation, person, animal, concept, or thing is described, and your mind forms a mental image of it that allows you to see beyond it. Fantasy, unlike other devices and techniques, tickles and awakens your sensory perception, ignites kinesthetic sensations also. You would mentally zoom in and out that picture and come up with an explanation for the same, as Dr. Archanaji presented a picture of Julius Caesar, Hamlet, Antonio, Macbeth, Banquo, Prospero, and so on, by quoting many dialogues and some popular soliloquy put in their mouth by Shakespeare. I'm very impressed by her reciting the soliloquy, tomorrow, tomorrow, and tomorrow. Life is a tale told by an idiot, signifying. Literature has always been an attractive media to illustrate a wide range of representations of life. A seemingly simple plot line can be made into fantasy. By removing the limitations of reality, fantasy opens stories to the possibility of anything. For example, Harry Potter, Kipling's Jungle Book, in which the authors put magical element therein and blend it naturally with the reality of life in some senses. Tennessee Williams' streetcar named Desire buckets some absurd plays, and as stated by Madam, Shakespeare's some plays are a very good example of it. The people of Shakespeare's time believed in ghosts. The ghost of the murderer, the king, starts the action in the Hamlet. Brutus is visited by the ghost of the friend he helped assassinate in Julius Caesar, who refers to him as an evil spirit and predicts Brutus' imminent death. A Midsummer Night's Dream is surely the most magical of Shakespeare's play. It counts 7 named fairy characters among its cast. They are proud, Oberon, beautiful, Titania, and mischievous Puck, and so on. This supernatural drive the action, drawing 2 pairs of young lovers into the cagiest love courtyard of all time. Shakespeare offers fantasies that are at once more relevant to reality, and as stated by ma'am, I would like to repeat that, liberating them from the term escapist fantasy. Due to the paucity of time, I would like to sum up. Professor Archanaji has very meticulously analyzed and pointed out the correlation of fantasy and reality and its function. The effective visualization has got reflected in Shakespeare's select dramas. Once again, I congratulate her for wonderful talk, presentation, which has made addition in knowledge of most of us. We are running out of time. I'm supposed to close this session as time allotted for our session is over. And panelist of next session, Dr. Rivera of Tarlac State University, Philippines, and my very good and great friend, Dr. Jagdeep Sarangi from Kolkata are waiting in Zoom rooms. Thank you, organizing committee of this mega 3-day international events for organizing such wonderful event, which is truly international in its standard. I would like to conclude with special thanks to my friend and brother, Dr. Praveen Joshi, a man who is partially in front, however fully behind curtain, with his flesh and blood, verve and enthusiasm. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Arvind Navle, sir.
Thank you.
Have,
Yes, thank you, please. Carry on.
you have expressed your views in a very expressive way. Thanks for your kind words. Thanks for your appreciation. Thank you so much, Archana, ma'am. Now I request Nehal to propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Lina ma'am. Good afternoon to all. I'm Snehal Rakhunde, Assistant Professor from Prerna College of Commerce, Nagpur. It's my honor to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of 4 colleges. First of all, I would like to give special thanks to our eminent resource person, Professor Archana Joshi ma'am, who has excellently guided the participants and shared her valuable knowledge with us. Ma'am, your talk on the topic reality and fantasy in drama was really full of informative. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to acknowledge our sense of gratitude to the respected chairperson, Dr. Arvind Navle, sir, for wonderfully summing up the session. Thank you, sir. I am also thankful to all the participants who have supported with full of zeal and zest for making this session successful. Thank you all. Here we end today's 3rd session. To proceed further, I hand over the charge to Dr. Lina ma'am. Over to Lina ma'am.
Thank you. And now I'm disabling my video in order to give space to my friend Jaideep ji, and wish all the best to Jaideep. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. I thank Sir Praveen Joshi ji and all the team which has worked tirelessly and kept us updated about the events. Thanks a lot. And thank you so much, ma'am Leena, for bearing with me for so long. I thank you all for being so wonderful and supportive. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Friends, now we are starting with our 4th session, the last session of this day. For this, I request Dr. Manish Chakravarti to take over the proceedings.
Thank you so much, Lina ma'am. A very warm good afternoon to everyone. I welcome you all to the concluding session of the 2nd day of this 3-day international e-conference on effective visualization and literature. Today, for this session, we are greatly privileged to have with us as the resource person, Honorable Dr. Luzviminda Rivera from the Department of Education, Tarlac State University, Philippines. Dr. Rivera is Amazon's best-selling author, an excellent international journal reviewer, a multi-awarded researcher, and motivational speaker from the Philippines. She is a decorated nurse by profession and the recipient of the Most Innovative Licensed Teacher Award. She is a multifaceted personality and has to her credit 6 bestseller books related to poetry and poetic forms in 23 languages spread across 17 countries. Her literary excellence has been recognized to be at par with global standards by Motivational Strips and Gujarat Sahitya Academy from India. Currently, she is one of the approving editors of Bharat Vision, India. It also gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the chairperson of this session, who is an academician, and writer of great repute, Honorable Dr. Jaideep Sarangi, Principal, New Alipur College, Kolkata. Dr. Sarangi is a bilingual writer, poet, critic, academician, editor, interviewer, translator, and author of a number of significant publications on Australian literature, Indian writings in English, post-colonial studies, and Dalit literary movements in India. He was a faculty in English at Seva Bharati Mahavidyalaya and Jogesh Chandra Chaudhary College in Kolkata. He taught at PG Department of English, Vidyasagar University for 10 years as a guest faculty. He has traveled and delivered talks extensively at different universities and colleges in different parts of India and abroad. At present, he is principal, New Alipur College, Kolkata. He is also the vice president of Intercultural Poetry and Performance Library, Kolkata. He has traveled across the globe as a resource person and writer. His books, research articles, translations, and poems are available in library archives worldwide. I welcome you, sir. The topic for this session is the role of imagination in poetic art. Imagination is a transforming power. It has the ability to change the usual and the ordinary in an unusual and uncommon way. Poetry is a modified image of man and nature. The poet is able to impart the glory and freshness of a dream to ordinary things of nature. He can present in his poetry the light that never was on land and sea. He is able to do so through the creative faculty of imagination. The poet is not merely a passive reflector he, through his imaginative power, the poet is able to present emotions which he has not directly experienced, but he presents them in such a way that they seem personally experienced. I now invite Dr. Luz Viminda Rivera, ma'am, to illuminate us with her scholarly address on the topic, the role of imagination in poetic art. Yes, Dr. Rivera, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can I share my screen?
Sure, ma'am.
Okay. Is it okay now? Are you seeing my screen? It's there already? Not yet.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Okay. So I will be sharing, before that, I would like to thank everyone, especially Dr. Pravin Jose, for inviting me in this very informative collaboration of 4 colleges in India. And it made me humble to hear the credentials of the speakers who already talk and is going to talk later. And may I know, I think the participants of this conference are teachers. Are they teachers, professionals? Is there authors, poets? I've heard the discussion of the honorable speaker a while ago, and she has elaborated more on the contemporary aspect of creative writing. I will just simplify the role of imagery in creative writing, particularly in poetry. And this will help a neophyte author or just starting writer, and this is easy to understand. Okay. Now, when we see imagery, this is a literary device that refers to the use of figurative language and utilizing effective descriptive language and figures of speech. This may refers to senses of sight, taste, smell, touch, sound, as well as emotions and feelings, but not limited to visual representations or mental images, but also include sensations and internal emotions. Sorry. Okay. Now, what is the importance of imagery in poetry or creative writing? According to Emily Dickinson, tell the truth but tell it slant. So it's how Emily defined the imagery in poetry. And imagery does not occur on the writer's page. It occurs on the reader's mind. To describe everything is to supply a photograph in words, meaning you are creating a visual image or a photograph in words in your verse. And then indicate the points which seem the most vivid and important to you to allow the reader to flesh out your sketch into a portrait. So this is a definition from Stephen King, best-selling American author of horror, supernatural fiction, suspense, crime. His books have sold more than 350 million copies and have been adapted into films, television series, miniseries, and comic books. And also, Stephen King defined imagery, it leads to story, and story leads to everything else. But also remember that writer's greatest pleasure is in seeing and seeing well. And imagery in writing serves to deepen the reader's understanding of what's going on and how to feel about it. It is a tool, it adds something, and it enhances. That's according to Mary Cole. And it's also elements of writing that invokes any of five senses to create a set of mental images, specifically using vivid or figurative language to represent ideas, objects, or action. In creative writers speak, the use of imagery is called show, don't tell. An imagery is built with sensory details. The objective is to show readers the imagery of the moment instead of telling readers what is being felt. Now, does any one of you know or know Helen Keller? Helen Keller, she pursued and obtained a Bachelor of Arts degree by the age of 24, despite losing both hearing and sight before she was 2 years of age. Keller grew up to become a well-traveled and capable speaker, author, and public advocate for various causes. She understood her first word, water, through her sense of touch. And Helen Keller is very famous of some wonderful quotes, and one of those is that alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. There are lots of quotes of from Helen Keller. And what are the common examples of imagery in everyday speech? I told you a while ago that I will try to simplify it for you. I will not because some of you I know are not writers or beginners or I just want you to imbibe what I am telling you for you to start as a writer and using imagery in your poetry or in your writing. This is just a common example of imagery in everyday speech. Her lips tasted as sweet as sugar. So you have there the lips, and it was compared to sweet as sugar. His words felt like a dagger in my heart. My head is pounding like a drum. The kitten fur is milky. The siren turned into a whisper at its ended. His coat felt like a velvet curtain. The houses looked like a frosted cakes in winter. The light under the door looked buttery. I came inside because the house smells like a chocolate brownie. And what are the types of poetic imagery? So when I say poetic imagery provides sensory details to create a clear and vibrant descriptions. This appeals to a reader's imagination and emotion as well as their senses. So we have 7 types of imagery in literature. So we have olfactory imagery, gustatory imagery, tactile imagery, kinesthetic imagery, visual imagery, auditory imagery, and organic imagery. So what are those? So when I say visual, it appeals to sense of sight through description of color, light, size, pattern, etc. When you say auditory, it appeals to sense of hearing or sound by including melodic sound, silence, harsh noises. When I say gustatory, it appeals to sense of taste through describing whether something is sweet, salty, savory, spicy, or sour. When we say tactile, it appeals to sense of touch by describing how something physically feels, such as its temperature, texture, or other sensation. Olfactory appeals to sense of smell by describing something's fragrance or odor, for example, the flower. Kinesthetic appeals to a reader's sense of motion or movement through describing the sensation of moving or the movements of an object. I will try to give you an example of my own poem, which has this types of poetic imagery. I know you, our previous speakers had given you so much examples from Shakespeare and other famous personalities in literature. That's why I thought of simplifying everything and making it more on modern approach. Now, I have this, I have also from Shakespearean, but just one sentence. For example, my bounty as boundless as the sea, my love as deep. This is from Romeo and Juliet. There's daggers in men's smiles. I heard that a while ago from our honorable speaker. That's from Macbeth. Sigh no more, let us sigh no more. Men were deceivers ever. 1 foot in sea and 1 on shore. To one thing constant ever. It's from Much Ado About Nothing. If I be waspish, best aware my sting is from the Taming of the Shrew. Good night, sweet prince, and flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. It's from Hamlet. Lovers and madmen have such seething brains, such shaping fantasies that apprehend more than cold reasons ever comprehend. That's from A Midsummer Night's Dream. We are such stuff as dream as made on, and our little life is surrounded with a sleep. That's from The Tempest. And thus I clothe my naked villainy with old ends stolen out of my holy writ. And Zim a saint, when most I play the devil. That's from Richard III. By heaven, methinks if we are uneasy lipped, to pluck bright honor from the pale-faced moon. Henry IV. Now, in writing imagery, writer uses imagery to evoke emotions in readers. Please be reminded with that always. The reader's understanding of the poetic could be the subject, setting, plot, characters is depend and they have a sense of how to feel about it. As a literary device, imagery should enhance a literary work. Unfortunately, some writers try to use their literary device too often, which can lessen the impact of the description and figurative language. Now, How do we know that imagery is effective? It should add depth and meaning to the literary work. It's essential for writer to balance presenting information in a straightforward manner and using imagery as a literary device. Overuse of imagery can feel tedious for readers. That's in it's we are having a hard time understanding everything because there are so much imagery, trying to put so much imagery in a poem or as in a written essay or something like that, and the soul of the poem has been lost. So we should limit their access to and understanding the writer's purpose. We have the saying that less is more. So we could use that also in putting imagery into our poems. Now, I would just like to highlight some imagery in my poems, which was published already in my 10 books. So I think our honorable MC were not updated on. He told a while ago that I already published six books, but that was I think in February this year. And I published another 4 starting February to up to July. So I have already 10 books published in Amazon. And currently I am working simultaneously with other 4 books and hoping to publish one this month. That's my positivity within. I'm hoping to publish another on October. That's my birth month. Usually I publish every year during October to celebrate my birthday by giving treat to my readers worldwide. And I'm trying to publish on November. That's Journey of Light, a collection of inspirational quotes. And I'm trying to publish on December. That's for my A Gift series. I have there the 3, and I'm ending it in a gift 4. I'm trying to collect, I'm trying to sum up the translations of my poem, A Gift poem, into 50 languages worldwide. So for now, I have, I think, 37 by 6. I'm on 43rd. I'm just waiting for 7 more, and I will be coming out with A Gift 4 by December. So I'm still working on it, and little by little, I'm be able to publish 4 books before the year ends. Now, this is A Gift 1. This is my first book. I've never dreamed of publishing a book in Amazon, and I've never dreamed of coming up with a book. I just write poems every day just to relieve my stress and just a diversional activity. So I have this one, you know, as later on, when you hear I'm sorry for that, when you hear my type of poems, I'm just into a simple poems, but more a deeper meaning, because I want my readers to understand what I am writing. Okay, number 1 is Amore. Amid the untouched evening rose the silhouette of a mortal, a gentleman from soul to crown, faltering pulses when he talks, drawing eyes when he walks. Whenever he opens his mouth to talk, words of wisdom you shall hear. A soul of a few words, spilling an ocean of witticism, an incomparable refreshing oasis of peculiar personality. Can you relate with that? Have I described your amore without words? So I'll have to read more. This one, I wrote this when I'm so broken, when I'm so upset and I'm so angry. So we have this gloomy skies, clouds stirring up in the horizon, waves. I wrote this facing the sun is about to descend, and I'm on the beach, and I That's why you have there the sky. Waves have stopped kissing the seashore. Chirping crickets halfway reaching their crescendo, while seagulls stopped moving the predators. Butterflies and their broken wings. Coastal wind brings only sting. Castle in the air, slowly fading in view. Disconsolate soul break loose as agony is freed in the window of his soul. All other screams, muffled and subdued. So that's the title. The title is Broken. Another one. This one, For Real or Just a Dream. I wrote this when I woke up. Usually, when I have this desire to write, even when I just woke up, I'm in bed going to sleep, I'm riding a car, or in anywhere. This one, when I just woke up, I opened my eyes and I had the desire to write. I got my pen and paper, and then I wrote this, For Real or Just a Dream. Amid the night, as the moon reigns in the sky and light surrenders to darkness, she loses her strength and drifts into oblivion. The sirens pierce in the silence of the night. A ray of light is beaming, revealing the silhouette of his soul. He whispers sweet nothings that tickles her ears. She trembles in glee, and so he brings her to paradise, silencing the night. And then another one, this one is for a gift too. Accept me as I am with my imperfections and see my weaknesses as my strength. Drown me with your affection that is deeper than the deepest sea. Excite me with your kindness, uncountable as the stars in the cosmos. Thrill me with your overflowing patience that keeps no record of my wrongdoings. Mesmerize me with your surprises till my eyes shed tears of happiness. Embrace me till I couldn't breathe and bring me to paradise. All of it, love me, unconditional, boundless, endless, till the last breath of my soul. That's from my A Gift to Book. And then I have this also, Raging Rain. Aside from being a professor in a university, I am also a nurse by profession. So there was a time when I inspected the clientele in the school. There was suddenly it rained. So while waiting for the rain to stop, I wrote this, Raging Rain. In a glimpse, the rain fell. Lightning made its presence felt. Roaring thunder came frightful. At once the road is flooded. O rain, hear my voice. Let the rage be halted. Slow down your drizzle and let me come home first. O rain, hear my voice. My clothes are wet. Coldness sweeps up my nerves and drones my soul. O rain, hear my voice. This tired soul is pleading. Wind this to my souls are weeping. Okay, that's. Can you see how imagery works in that poem? And as you can see also in my poems, they are all just simple, but as you can see, it has deeper meaning if you dig deeper on it. Now, I have this one. The title is Waiting. The clock is ticking. I'm laboriously breathing. Eyes are grieving. Shooting pain in the heart. Memories flood the mind. Momentous night. Happy thoughts and sad ones, longingly with love. Silent tears dying a million times, thrown into oblivion. Still loving and waiting till the mind doesn't remember. Heart still beating. Okay, this one is for A Gift 3. Because of your love. I think I cannot read the word. Okay. Because of your love, I see life in different perspectives. Soar in greater heights, despite the robust wind. I await the rainbows after the storm, to be resilient during endless struggles. When life seemed in grayscale, Flickering lights brightens my path. Above all, when everything has fallen, your love always lifts me up. Oh, I can't imagine life without you. Because of your love, life on earth has become a paradise. And this one is for a gift tree also. Note this one. This one has almost 10 lines. Joy to my heart. But look at it, how I composed the poem, how I was able to describe, to give you the photograph. Just close your eyes and let your ears hear my reading of the poem. For example, there's joy to my heart. Sweet humming of the birds, rustling of the leaves, whistling of the winds, resultant exquisite sound of waves, all of it a lovely lullaby, a pleasant to the ears, invigorates the soul, like your presence, a joy to my heart. You see, I am trying to compare his presence, that could probably your loved one or your loved ones, the love of your life, his presence, I compared them to the sweet humming of the birds, the rustling of the leaves, the whistling of the winds, and everything of it is a joy to one's heart. You see, it's almost 10 lines, but you see how powerful I use the imagery in that poem. And then this one, I will live for you. You are the air I breathe. The sun gives light when darkness creeps into my innermost being. You are stars that continue to blink despite my imperfection, that wipe away the tears from the hurdles of life. You are the wind beneath my wings when I want to fly and soar high. The rainbow that gives colors to my life when hope is no longer to be found. You are the waves that never stop kissing the seashore to show your endless love for me. Above all, when everything is gone, I promise my King, I will continue to live because you are the greatest reason for my living. How do you feel hearing that poem? Do you feel you want to be in love with someone that gives you air to breathe, someone that likes the sun that gives light to your darkness, someone that like a star that continue to blink despite your imperfections, and someone that is like wind that keep you flying and soaring high, and someone that like a rainbow that gives color to your life, and someone that is like waves that never stop kissing the seashore to show your endless love for you. How about that? This one is from the book Life Essence. You see, I have also 6 lines. This one is all about life. Life devoid of purpose. What is this life without essence? It will be like flower deprived of fragrance. What is success without meaning? It will be like waters that runs deep. What if you gain the world and lose your soul? It will be a journey devoid of purpose. You see, I have there the sense of smell. I was able to compare the flower, the life to flower deprived of fragrance. I have the success without meaning. So remember, in using imagery, no matter how short or how long the poem will be, it depends on how you use the imagery in it. Less is more, and what matters most is the content. Remember, in writing poem with that imagery, you are creating a story. You are creating images. You are creating photographs in the mind of your readers. And then another one, I have this journey of forever. This is also 5 lines. My love, tonight begins the journey of forever. Let the sun shine to our mornings and the moon light our evenings. Let the rainbow appear in every storm. Let us hold on to love and never let go. So you see, it's only 6 lines, but we have a lot of imagery there. And then this is a bit long, but I will make it faster. Tonight, the moon touches the earth. Every night when the moon did this ascent, it was always brilliant and splendid. It gained our trust and is well respected, placed in a pedestal and well famed. One night, the moon realized that the journey was not to be fantasized. Survival of the fittest should be recognized, to keep up and be idealized. The moon saw that being on top is not what life being all about. Success and happiness should not be swapped. Quest for true happiness is more than that. Tonight, the moon has freed his heart, left his pedestal, and is searching for the spark. Listening to his heart and making a brand new start, promising to shine on earth and not depart. Okay, so I also love Shakespearean sonnet. And this is one of my 10 books. This is a I wrote 100 sonnets, different sonnets in this book. And I just give you other sonnet with imagery on it. So this one is Beauty of Nature. The vibrant clouds are pleasing to the eyes. Rustling leaves from the trees, sweet sound to ears. Cold breeze touches the skin, soothing surprise. Wonderful feeling that sparks human care. Vastness of flora, amazing fauna. Fascinating birds flying in the skies. Beautiful flowers swaying with drama. Brilliantly crafted loads of surprise. More than eyes could see and ears could hear. Beauty of nature, comfort to the soul. Show love to loving God that is so dear. Treasure our nature should always our goal. Majestic scene, speak of amazing grace, unconditional love, and God's solace. Okay, so I will read another one. This is In Perfect Harmony. Dr. Pravin, just tell me if I'm already time. There's time for everything. I will skip this. Born to Love You. Okay, this is poem on love, and it is Spencerian sonnet. The fate is unpredictable at times. It can change life in a wink of an eye. Always prepared to read between the lines, to rewrite your stars, be ready to fly. Love once touched my soul, but bid it goodbye. A mistake that changed my view for loving. Leaving a world that is full of dark sky, my heart halted and gave up on caring. Till one day you came as a gem sparkling. It vibrates to my heart and restores life. Away with you for a year in passing is like an abyss that is void of ripe. Each day unfolds, I am born to love you. Heart beats for you and will never be blue. Okay, this is the last one poem. In Silence. Kindly analyze why the title is in silence. I will ask later. This is a terza rima sonnet. I will ask later, and then I will tell you the story. The mystical fate made our path entwine. You make the sun shines brighter every day and gives way to the moon each night in time. No matter how many storms come my way, you make the rainbow to appear in life. Each day with you, kaleidoscope display. Days become years turning into good life. A journey to conquer more greater heights. You've shown my worth amidst the endless strife. You give meaning to life filled with delight. A missing piece that makes this life complete. and find reasons to whatever's life's flight. Let me love you until our last breath meet. In silence, my heart will forever beat. So the story of this poem is that someone is loving someone in silence. That's why the title is in silence. But they are acquainted for so many years. But then, I don't know, it's friend zone, something like that. that's why in silence. And the other one is, I didn't know that there is something like this. Okay. Now, I hope I gave something from my lecture. I do not want to bombard you with so much lecture on imagery. I just give you what is imagery, what is the importance of imagery, when is imagery effective, and some imagery in our examples in our everyday life, and trying to show you how imagery is incorporated in poems in modern style. And there's no need for you to my practice in writing is that I'll try to simplify everything in poem, because I want my readers to understand what I am writing. Because for me, I believe, though I have also some abstract, I'm also writing abstract poems, but then I'm into something that I want to simplify my poems. I want to write poems in a simplified manner for the readers to understand what I am saying in my poems, because it is useless when I'm using out of this world words and trying to bombard my poetry with out of this world poems, but then people, my readers reading it, doesn't understand it. So it's I found it useless. So that's why you see in all my poems, it's very simple, but if you try to analyze it, humbly speaking, it has a deeper meaning, and it has on a deeper perspective. So I guess, I hope I was able to inspire, encourage, and motivate you. If you are not yet a writer, if you are not yet an author, so you can start writing simple poems. And maybe someday, I never dreamt of being an author. I just write poems every day. And after I was able to compile 108 poems, that was included in my A Gift One. And I never dreamed of being published in Amazon and being an Amazon seller. So maybe some of you also want to write, and you can also practice imagery in your writing. And as my concluding slide, let us continue to create a wonderful photographs in the mind of the people of the beautiful world we live in, that invigorates the soul. And sorry, it's invigorates the soul. It's I. So I encourage everyone to write poem, indulge into poetry, and use imagery in your poem. Let your poem be appreciated and give a deeper meaning on it by using imagery. And I invite everyone, if you allow me, Dr. Pravin, I invite everyone to follow me and see my books in Amazon. So if you love the poems I've read to you a while ago, so they are all in my books. So I have 10 books in Amazon's, and they are, you can just click Amazon India and it will be delivered to your footsteps, at your doorsteps. So thank you so much, everyone. So that are my references. Thank you so much, everyone. And I would like to thank the 4 colleges. I'm sorry. I have to look at it. It's my second in Perna College. They invited me to talk on, what's the title again, Dr. Pravin? It's all about public speaking. So this time it's so beautiful that you were able to collaborate with 4 colleges, and I'm opening my camera to look at, to acknowledge the 4 colleges. Okay, for a while. So it's there. Ferna College of Commerce in Nagpur, Dayanand Arya Kanya College in Nagpur also, DRB Sindhu Mahadvidyala in Nagpur, and Iski Potwal College in Kamptee. Thank you so much for inviting me, and I hope I was able to share you a little of my knowledge and I was able to inspire you. And have a good day, everyone.
It has been really a wonderful presentation, Luz Yuminda. We are really thankful to you. I know you have worked very hard, and last night you kept awake up to 2 p.m. And I was giving you the company as well, you remember. Right?
Yeah.
I slept only after you had slept. So,
Thank you
Luz
so
Yuminda
much.
has dwelt upon a very wonderful topic, and it is of great use and meaning to the teachers. Teachers must understand what imagery is and how it should be passed on to your students. So it's a very useful topic, and usually we don't go into the depth of the topic, but she has dwelt in detail with this topic, and hope we have all been immensely benefited from it. She's a wonderful poet and bestseller on Amazon. Her poems have been translated into 37 languages, and we are also trying to convert her poem into Marathi language. We will get a translator very soon. So Luz Yuminda should be very happy about that.
What's that, Dr. Pravin? That's Gujarati. I think the poem was not translated yet in Gujarati. That will be the
It's
48th
Marathi,
language.
Marathi. It's Marathi.
Marathi.
So we will do it. We'll do it. With the passage of time, we'll get a translator and we'll do it. Right? So Manish,
Yes,
you can
yes, sir.
proceed ahead.
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And thank you so much, Honorable Luz Minda Rivera ma'am, for your extremely lucid and engrossing presentation. It was truly a treat to the senses. We are eager to read your books, ma'am, and we will surely do so. Imagination is a power that enables the poet to arrive at a realization of the connection between the particular and the eternal. It helps the poet to dig deep into the core of human existence and to get at universal truths. I now request the chairperson of the session, Honorable Dr. Jaideep Sarangi sir, to sum up the proceedings with his scholarly insight. Sarangi sir. Is Dr. Jaideep Sarangi online?
Had he joined earlier?
Yes, yes, sir. He had joined.
Okay, okay. Must be some technical issue. Snail can call him.
He had joined, maybe due to some technical, rightly said, sir. There must be some technical issue.
Snail, you should call him.
Yes, sir. Jaideep Sarangi sir is going to join within 2 minutes.
Okay, let's wait. It's getting too late for lose. I think it's around 6 o'clock there.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm at home already. No problem.
I don't want you to be delayed more because of us. But within 2 minutes, our chairperson will join and let us hear his views as well. He will be properly summing up your talk.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind patience.
It's okay, no problem. I can wait. I'm at home already. I'm not at work. While waiting for Honorable Professor. Are the participants all teachers or we have students? Is it all right, sir, to have pictures with the participants, or are they just turn off their camera?
They have turned off their camera, ma'am, so that the load on the system is reduced and these proceedings can move on smoothly.
Okay, I understand.
We have requested the participants to switch off their cameras.
Okay.
And we'll be placing our orders for your books on Amazon, ma'am, because of the extremely interesting and innovative way in which you have given your presentation, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Manish sir, Jaideep sir is going to join within a minute.
Okay, fine. Okay, I'll get to know when he joins immediately. Yes. Yeah. Waiting. Yes. I think Jaideep sir has joined. Jaideep sir, can you hear us? Yes. Audio. Just a second. Connecting to audio.
Hello.
Yeah, welcome, Jaideep sir.
Welcome. Yeah, I was waiting actually for long. Yeah,
Okay.
no problem. Yeah, sure.
Thank you for coming, and I request now, sir, you are the chairperson of this session. So
Yeah, wonderful.
So I would now request you, sir, Honorable Dr. Jaideep Sarangi, to sum up the proceedings with your, insightful talk. Please, Sarangi, sir, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to all, and it's wonderful to be part of your initiative and this very unique initiative that you have taken. And I really find it very interesting in the way I was just listening to a few presentations already before. And this particular topic has great relevance in academia, and not only in India, but also in global scenario. And in this session, El Gabato Rivera will be speaking, and I think we are all looking forward to this very Amazon's best-selling author with 6 books and from Philippines. It's wonderful that the visualization in literature and humanity, which has been addressed quite well during the chairpersons and also paper presenters and keynote speaker in this time. So it's really wonderful from my part to take a part of this very unique international webinar from your part of the country. So I'm gladly looking forward to the speaker who will speak on the topic. Over to them. Hello.
Sir,
Yeah.
Dr. Rivera ma'am has already just now, she has finished her presentation. So
It's wonderful, wonderful. I congratulate her, and I really think that it has great relevance to this very particular webinar. And I will be very happy to see the recordings of it. And I really congratulate the department and everyone part of this organization who is hosting it. And I want every success of it. Wonderful. That's wonderful.
Thank you.
And
Thank you so much.
I think after the COVID time, possibly physically will be there and you can come over here. Definitely. Thank you, everybody. Big smile to all.
Thank you very much. And you have respected our invitation and you have joined us, though virtually.
Yeah.
We are very happy with your blissful presence, your benign presence. We'll go ahead. And thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's good. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Jaideep Sarangi sir, for your kind and motivating words.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And welcome, sir. And now I request Dr. Renuka Roy to propose the formal vote of thanks.
A very warm good afternoon to one and all, the dignitaries present on the virtual platform of this 3-day international e-conference on effective visualization and literature. I feel really honored to have this opportunity to express sincere words of gratitude for the luminaries who have graced this congregation of academia with their insightful presentations on the topics of this conference. I sincerely thank Honorable Chairperson of this session, Dr. Jaideep Sarangi, Principal, New Alipur College, Kolkata, for chairing the session and presenting a comprehensive summary of Dr. Luzviminda G. Rivera's lecture. Sir, I would like to acknowledge here that during our post-graduation studies and during our PhD studies, we have referred to your books. And we are really indebted to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I am thankful to Dr. Luzviminda G. Rivera, the honorable resource person of this session, for her elaborate talk on the role of imagination in poetic art. I am thankful to all the other scholars and researchers who have presented their papers in the earlier sessions for accepting our invitations. Thanks are also due to the principals and the members of management of 4 collaborating colleges for their incessant support and encouragement. I might fail in my duty if I do not thank all the delegates and participants for their overwhelming response. With the permission of the chair, I declare that today's session is over. I request all the participants to join tomorrow and enjoy the literary feast during the poetry recitation session that will be starting at 11 a.m. sharp. I thank Dr. Chakravarti before end. I thank Dr. Chakravarti for his wonderful introduction of resource person and the chairperson of the session for smooth conduct of this program. And with the permission of Dr. Praveen Joshi sir, I declare that today's session is over here. Thank you, Dr. Rivera madam. Thank you, Sarangi sir, for being with us. And I thank everyone. And with the permission of the chair, I declare that this session is over. Joshi sir. I think that Joshi sir, Leena madam, Snehal madam, Snehal Rakonde madam.
Ma'am, there is a little bit of internet issue. Might be there. That's the reason Joshi sir has disconnected, although he's looking here.
Yes.
Might be there is delay.
He is unmuting now. He is unmuting. Joshi sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Now we are done with all the sessions for the day. We are waiting for your permission to end today's session, sir.
Yes.
And tomorrow we will definitely
Tomorrow we'll join at 11.
Join at 11, and we will enjoy the poetic feast tomorrow.
Yeah.
And valedictory session. Thank you so much for being with us, for guiding us, sir.
Thank you, Luz. Thankful to you. See you. And see you all. Thank you all the participants. Tomorrow we are meeting at 11 a.m. sharp, right? Okay.
Yes.
Bye-bye and take care. You can withdraw.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.